And that means, and I'm first going to do a little introduction of the world. You're looking at the northern hemisphere of Ignisar. This continent is in a circle, with in the center one big land piece, a big set of mountains, which were originally called the Throne. However, 250 years ago, these lands were left in ruin after a war took place between the Luminary and the humans for control over these lands because they had precious resources, including magical gemstones, but also the most fertile lands. Unfortunately, during that war, it was left in complete ruin, and a massive explosion, seen on the big crater in the middle, caused a massive influx of magical energy to spread wide over all the lands, creating a new race, the Therians, the more animal folk. These animal folk have pushed out most of the original human inhabitants from their original lands, to the corners of the lands. And the Luminary, the race of the elves, but don't call them elves, they don't really appreciate that, were pushed back all the way back into their lands, far beyond the clouds, in Aurora. However, this story takes place all the way over there, in Concordia, a land of sand, a land of unity, they call it, because after this great war, there, instead of the more violent animal folk who, once something happened to them, they turned to violence and started, well, taking revenge on those who controlled them. Those catfolk over there were much more peaceful as they saw the light of the sun shining upon them and realized there shouldn't be any war. And so they embraced the aspect of unity and love. And there are whole new settlements, whole new people, whole new races popped up. However, this story begins with someone who actually was born way on the other side. They were born all the way in the Soarlands. And there they had trained from a very young age to become, well, Blade Master, Master of the Blade?
Something like that.
Something like that. Tell me a little bit about Kawakami. How does she look? How does she act? Who is she?
She's how do I put this? She's very strict to herself because she's been brought up almost military-like, and from a young age. And at some point, she felt like she wanted to do something else. That she wanted to learn more, so she went out into the world to learn from the people, to help others that couldn't help themselves, and basically made her way across, well, to the other side of the world. And she met a lot of different people, one person in particular, who she spent a lot of time with, who taught her a lot of new things, and which sort of changed her a little bit, the way she acts, and she's currently 21, I believe it was, and she's ready to face the world, basically.
We're actually going to look a little bit into her history, because right now, it's actually your second year at the Cursebreaker Academy. Your first year has been pretty successful, especially in weapon mastery. You've pretty much impressed your teachers over there, because of course you've mastered your new skill, the heightened senses that you learned. But you also learned something new over there as well. However, right now, it is actually summer break, because this continent especially gets very, very hot during the summer months, and so the academy closes down. However, you can still live there and still use your rooms. But the new year is beginning, and Kawakami has always been, like you said, militaristic. So she still wants to wander and travel. And perhaps along the way, she heard something about a wine guard. And well, over there, perhaps she could find something to perhaps also make a good impression for the second year. Because you have picked up on something. They are looking for stewards of Solaris. And these stewards, well, they're certainly glorious.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps with a good impression, you could perhaps convince someone to write you an application. So, in a caravan, behind two camels, you are making your way to this wine guard. In this carriage, there is also someone else. And, well, it's gonna be a little bit of a longer journey, perhaps 2 days. And this character, she seems a little annoyed at first, and she kind of like looks you up and down. And this lion folk is kind of interesting, but she, during this journey, has tried to make little conversation with you. How would Naomi respond to somebody trying to make casual conversation?
She would, well, she wouldn't mind it.
Mm-hmm.
Though it might depend on how it was like brought up. In a sense, you said she looked her up and down. What vibe do I get?
A little bit as if she's kind of inspecting you. You can see the character on the screen. She's like,
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain moment, it seems that you've been all over. Or am I wrong in this assumption?
No, you're quite right.
Could you perhaps tell me a little bit about your story? Oh, sorry, I of course will introduce myself first. I'm Amarissa.
Amarissa?
Amarissa.
Hi, Amarissa. My name is Kawakami Naomi.
Beautiful name.
Thank you. Well, yeah, like you said, I've been all over. I don't know where to start. Is there anything specific?
Where do you come from? I would love to know. It seems almost a little bit otherworldly where you're from. I've never been as far as out of Concordia, so I would love to know more.
Well, I come from a place called the Soarlands.
I see.
Which is quite far away.
How far away?
I think I've traveled for about maybe 2 or 3 years.
Oh my.
Here.
That must be a very, very far away.
It was mostly on foot.
I see. So, on your journey then, because the Soarlands, and I assume that you came from the Northern Hemisphere. I don't think you can travel through down south, right?
No.
No.
You assume correctly.
I see. So what was one of the first things that you actually came across then? I would love to know that. And I will tell you actually. And you can tell me how Naomi responded to this.
Okay.
Naomi's journey, originally, from all the way from the Soarlands, took her past the Crimson Valley. This valley is sometimes called the Blood-Stained Valley, because there are red, very interesting kind of like rocks, almost like volcanic, and you feel that the ground here is a little bit warmer. And so Naomi probably didn't linger there long. But eventually, she made her way through the Crimson Valley to the Drakenova Plains, the lands of the dragon folk. Large, open, wide fields. But there was also something interesting that she found on her journey. When she came to the Drakenova Plains, she found strange, large, metal, almost like knights, just broken down onto the ground. How would Kawakami respond to such a thing? Would she inspect it closer?
If they look like knights, then yes.
Knights in the more...
In the sense, like, if they resemble warrior-like people, folk, then yeah, definitely.
Eventually, when you make a few steps closer, you notice all kinds of like strange multicolored kobolds. Hey! What do you think you're doing? In common in this case. What do you think you're doing here? This is our Titan. Outsider.
I'm just looking around.
It's a persuasion check.
Nothing.
Oh.
Oops.
Yeah, that's gonna do the trick.
We don't take kindly to
That's
people
not gonna-
looking around. Are you
Dus
here
dat is ook een +0 is 1.
We don't appreciate people looking around. Are you here to steal?
No.
Well, you don't have the ears for it.
Excuse me, what?
You know, those... the other pointy-eared ones. They come here and steal our stuff.
You mean the luminary?
Luma what now?
The one all the way down south?
The pointy ones. Yeah.
Yes.
They sometimes come here and steal them.
I wouldn't know why they would do that.
Mm.
I'm not here to steal. I'm just passing through, and I found this interesting. I just wanted to take a close look.
That big one, the one you see over there,
Mm.
that's our house. Stay away from it.
It's your house?
Yes. On the inside, we've scraped all the stuff out and threw it all out, and now it's our home.
Okay.
Hey, why don't you ask if she wants to see it? No, I don't think so. You can't respond or say? Never mind.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, then. Would you like to continue your travel?
Yes.
Eventually, you decide to leave the kobolds and their strange Titan machineries.
Strange home.
Yeah, and move further along these roads, eventually crossing the Silver Road. You realize immediately that the region here is much more colder. Perhaps in a nearby settlement or nearby town, you had to pick up a few supplies to make sure that you weren't going to freeze at night during your travels. Eventually, coming in a town called Morgana. And I think somebody else knows that place. This lovely, more quiet little town, you arrive at night. It's particularly cold that night. What would Naomi do at the moment that during her travel she would come into a little town, seemingly like a little trading town, and she probably needs shelter, otherwise she may freeze?
I'm immediately looking for an inn or a tavern. So to see if anything is open. I don't know if people are outside still at this time.
Yeah, of course. There's always light at this tavern. And in the tavern, there are two sisters sitting. And well, one of those sisters is right here at the table. And now you get to, for a moment, respond as Mira.
Ooh.
Mira, you see somebody looking very interesting coming into the tavern. You come into a tavern and you see a few people wandering around, but somebody immediately with black robes is immediately eyeing you. What happens here?
I think Mira instantly notices a stranger entering the tavern, and I think she wouldn't say anything, but she would suspiciously glance at the stranger, just waiting to see what they want and what they are doing here.
And probably your sister would poke you. Mira, please don't look down. Please don't look upon every guest that wanders in here. They're not all here to take our supplies.
We don't know what's happening. There's so much strange things happening of late, so we can't be more careful enough. So,
do I hear this?
Make a perception check.
Die me rollen, dat was een 1. Heel beter. 13.
They're not particularly hiding it, I assume. So yeah, you would overhear it.
Okay.
It feels a little bit as if this place doesn't immediately trust you, but you also pick up on the fact that strange things have been happening here. Noticing that other people of this tavern are also looking at you, a little bit suspicious, kind of having a feeling as if something isn't right here, or as something has happened here recently.
Okay. I think I would first go to like the bartender and just ask, like, excuse me, did something happen here recently? And get the sense that, well, obviously I'm out, as you can see, I'm not from here.
That's alright, stranger, because a bartender, of course, does approach you. And this bartender seems much more kinder than the others. And they...
with
yeah, I know, this is the basic argument. okay, it's gone. Yeah, sorry. But
he looks very
it seems
friendly.
It seems like a little bit of an ex-pirate, but don't be intimidated, stranger. This town of Morgana, they are all very nice. However, something did happen. Where are you traveling to?
I have no particular goal in mind at this moment.
You should
just traveling.
You should be careful if you head towards the west. Because if you have to pass through the Iron Pass, an incident happened there. So be careful.
What kind of incident?
A bloodbath happened. So if you have to pass through that region, just be mindful of yourself. It has the people on edge. But you're safe here, stranger.
Okay. What led to that bloodbath? Is there anything you can tell me about it?
That's the problem, stranger. We don't know ourselves. There was a moon howl there, a festival of the wolf folk that live in Sevenfold, the other region. But, well, that celebration was cut short. We actually do not know what happened.
How come that... You said it happened over there, or at least between here and there. Mm-hmm. How did it affect...
Well, trading has completely gone down the shitter. Because we get resources from over there. Contact has been cut off. And well, our own mayor has now had some trouble getting supplies and protection, which has put the people on edge, as you can see with the others.
I see.
So just be careful.
Is there any way that you think I might be able to help with that?
Well, you could help around here. We've been having some trouble with the local Therans here, who are a little bit more wilder than those who live over there. So if you could stick around a few weeks, I don't think we would mind.
I think I could do that. I would like to have a warm place to sleep in the meantime.
We can arrange that, if you do have the promise to help out here for a while.
I'm fine with that.
All right, then. Then I'll settle you for a room and a meeting tomorrow with Mayor Charlotte.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. And a few weeks have passed indeed. Things have become a little bit more calmer now, because of course for this you need to continue your journey. But we'll see if Mira still has some memories in the other story. We'll get back to that later.
There was this strange woman and she killed everyone.
And she stayed for weeks and weeks.
However,
or I made new
I
friends.
just.
Yeah.
at one moment, you did have to continue your journey.
Mm-hmm.
Because in one of the books that your old master gave you was an invitation. And this invitation was indeed to the other side of the continent, and you would eventually have to make your way through. On your journey, you head further down west, where you do indeed eventually find a mining quarry. But these lands, well, the lands are covered in blood everywhere. How does now we respond seeing a battlefield, the remains of a battlefield?
Well, she was already told about this in the town of Morgana.
Mm-hmm.
And she's probably seen her fair share of blood and guts.
But this is on another level.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a massacre.
I think she would definitely be on edge, depending a bit on how, if there's anything that's relatively recently happened.
Nothing is recent here. But can you please make a perception check?
Save.
You are surprised by something.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, you are keeping an eye out on everything that you see here. Kind of unsettles you. You, of course, know your ways around war, but this doesn't look like a war. This looks like a massacre.
Mm-hmm.
And from behind you, you hear, like... What does Naomi do at that moment, then?
Definitely turn around and see what made that noise.
For a second, she turns around, and she sees this creature staring at her. You can take a look. But as quickly as you see it, it just fades away. As if it wasn't even there.
As if it was a ghost.
As if it was a ghost.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows it.
I think this would definitely... I mean, the creature itself wouldn't necessarily frighten her. The fact that it just vanished would. And she probably just, like, turns back around and she won't, like, go full sprint, but definitely, like, fast walking. Still...
She doesn't linger too long there.
No. She will, like, spend some time. That looks creepy as fuck.
That is the creature you see. Or saw.
I think she would definitely, like, as she travels, still look around, try and glance over most of what is left of what happened there, to try and get a sense of how what exactly happened, if at all possible.
Give me another perception check.
You don't perceive
No,
that.
It's another natural one.
It's another natural one. Okay, it's all right.
I think I just got too spooked by the ghost.
And that's all right. Let me see for a moment.
I need a graveyard for this.
You're slightly surprised,
Mm-hmm.
but suddenly from behind in a very strange voice. But you understand that it's common. Another kind of like more wolf-like female appears before you. Careful there, young human. We do not see these. We do not see many travelers during these times of the year. She doesn't seem hostile. She's alone. But you turn around and she stands there, alive and well. What are you doing here, traveler?
Traveling.
You seem a little unsettled.
Well, I just saw something
Something.
growl at me and then just vanish. Something I've not seen before.
Then perhaps you are seeing the echoes.
The echoes?
Void echoes. Not that long ago, many of my people were killed here, massacred by these creatures. And as quickly as they came, as quickly they vanished.
As she hears this, she'll look around at the remnants of what's left, assuming she's talking about that.
Now noticing that, unlike a war, the only bodies and the only remains that you see are from the same faction. So their enemy left nothing behind.
Yeah. That's what I thought I noticed, maybe.
Ever since this incident, they haven't been seen after. But it's not the first time that we had to face this enemy. And I assume it will not be the last.
How would you find such an enemy?
We have a faction. We call them the Voidbreakers. Perhaps it was a mistake to kick out all the non-wolf folk, but that is a choice that has been made. They are detectable through ways of magic, especially certain spells, but it has always been a struggle. There is no true way to keep seeing them, not until we found out until this point. But you know that there is in the other campaign.
But that's not the fun way.
Are they only here, or are they on other places as well? Because I've not seen anything like this before. And if they are only here, why not move somewhere safe?
Are you suggesting that we take over wherever you come from?
I'm not suggesting.
These are the lands where we grew up. We cannot just abandon them. That seems way too easy. These are our lands, and we will keep them safe.
I understand that, but this doesn't look safe.
You are true. You speak the truth. But it's not that simple. Reports of these creatures have been found all western fronts. In the desert, in the savannah, down south in the jungle. Only from your side, where you're traveling from, they aren't that easily found. We haven't yet found a reason.
I wish I could help with that. I wouldn't know either why.
We have several institutes that study these types of attacks. One of them is the Prism Works Consortium. One is the Eureka's Gem College. And down south, you also have that other academy, Cursebreakers Academy, I believe. They focus mostly on the desert, but still exist. Where are you heading, traveler? I assume you will not be lingering here too long.
No, definitely not. if those creatures can just appear out of nowhere, then as you can see, I'm traveling alone. There's who knows what will happen if I overstay my welcome.
As it happens, I am traveling towards the Dragon Sage Plains down south, down further west. Would you like an escort, or will you make your own way?
For I see more than two. So.
All right then. Then why don't you, in this case, you're being escorted to a carriage. You make light conversation. Would you like to ask me other questions about this region? Or the other region down south?
Dat is een goede vraag.
If you don't have any, we can just move on.
Op dit moment eigenlijk niet, nee.
Alright, then we move on.
Ook omdat ik met de hele setting niet heel erg bekend ben nog.
That's alright, that's fine. Together with this particular wolffolk, you travel further, and eventually make your ways to the Dragon Sage Plains, where there's another little settlement, filled with all kinds of strange minotaur-like creatures, called Gentle Breeze. And this little settlement seems much more peaceful and much more, well, what you had hoped to find on this side. Here you find a settlement with minotaur-like towfolk, and this settlement has been surrounded by all kinds of rocks with strange particular markings. Eventually you say a goodbye from this wolffolk and move on. And in these lands, there's quiet at night, it's peaceful. Perhaps a wild deer or a wild wolf on the plains, but nothing that bothers you in the night.
Mm-hmm.
But what you do notice is that there are particular kinds of runes that glow up at night sometimes.
On the rocks?
On the rocks.
Can I understand what they're saying? Or?
Let's make you do, you wouldn't know this from your history. Let's just make you do an Arcana check. They are magical.
5.
You are having a bad time. But you move up to one of these rocks and you kind of hold your hand out, but don't make contact yet. But you notice kind of something staticky. And another pillar, it almost feels like fiery, but as if it's trying to pull you closer. They seem special somehow.
Do I notice anything about the rocks, the orientation, how they're positioned, or is it seemingly random?
I don't think you would be familiar enough to understand its positioning. But the plains where you are right now seem like spikes. Because the ground here, taking a look back, taking a few steps back, it's almost as if you see a dragon crash down on the ground, and grass has covered it, and the spikes on its back are kind of shaped like these stones.
Okay. Since I have no clue what this is or what it's supposed to be used for, I don't think I'll linger too long, unless there is something or someone nearby that would indicate that they need help with something, or just...
Perhaps in that settlement with the Taufolk, with the Minotaur people, perhaps you linger a little bit longer. But we're going to continue to the next step. You travel further and eventually make your ways towards kind of how do I explain this? To a passage here. It seems to be something of a border control, but you pass your way through and somebody warns you, a human, careful now, you are going to travel through the Salvan roads if you head that way. Make sure that if you are at night there, that you remain with the mountains, or at least some cave. You don't want to be in the open fields during the night.
What happens if I were to be in the open fields?
Well, you may be surprised by a lightning scorpion.
Does he say that with the same smile as you did?
Yes, he does. He does.
A lightning scorpion, you say?
Want me to tell you a little bit more about it?
Yes.
The Savon Roads. This region is affected by phenomena that we don't quite yet understand, but we're still researching it. Elemental storms. At night, sometimes lightning strikes the area here. And well, when the area is struck and when it hits perhaps a scorpion, it creates an elemental shaped like a scorpion. And well, they roam around here at night. The interesting thing though is, and then he comes up with like a little bag, with like a little kind of like ball of sand. The interesting thing is though that you can capture them. And you can capture them in these little kinds of like little balls of sand. Now, if you want to purchase a few, then we could arrange that, but
Why am I getting Pokemon vibe from this?
because it is. Because it's inspired of it.
What is the purpose of capturing them?
Energy. We can use them to sparks up all kinds of like creations over at the Cursebreakers Consortium.
I see.
Now noticing the clothes of this human. Now noticing that perhaps they are there, of course, from some kind of alliance or some kind of group of people. Just make sure that at night you keep an eye out.
I always keep an eye out.
Okay.
But if you're saying that in the vicinity of the mountains it's likely safer, then I'll probably travel closer to them in that case.
All right then. One thing is interesting though. Just if you ever were to have the idea that one of those elemental storms may be coming, when you look up and when you strangely see the cloud swirling down, that's when you will need to be careful. And one of those storms can rise up at any moment. And they can create those elementals of any kind of type, actually, pretty quickly. Just keep an eye out.
Is it only at night, or is it also during the day?
Within this region, it's only at night. If you go further down south towards the desert, it can happen at any moment of the day. And unfortunately, these storms over there south in the desert can even be so strong that they just wipe out or make an entire town disappear.
Okay. Okay. I thank you for this information.
If you would like to have a guided escort, you can do that for 100 gold pieces.
I'm fine, thank you.
Sure you are.
I guess we'll have to see.
And eventually you make your way to Costa del Regido. Now switching back to your caravan travel.
Mm-hmm.
What of your little journey that we've talked about up until this point will you share with Miss Amarissa?
She did say she never left here, so she'll probably have more knowledge of the regions closer.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably tell either the story of the kobolds in the large Titan body, or about my stay in.
Ooh, kobolds! How adorable! Huh. I gotta make sure to visit Raksum in his restaurant again. He and those kobolds always make such good food.
Do they?
Yes, they do. Make sure to go to the southern markets in Costa del Regido. Over there, they make lovely food.
I'll keep it in mind.
So, you've been so far. Have you ever been to that map maker over there as well? I think if you would tell her about your experiences, she would probably like that a lot.
Do I know this map maker?
No. In your first year, you spent most of your time at the academy. Even though that your wandering lust would want to bring you through the city, the city is huge.
Well, I've not heard of this map maker.
Should also somewhere be around the southern markets. But they could sometimes go all over the city. You'll find them.
I'll keep an eye out. If I ever happen to find myself in the southern markets.
And what are you doing now? Well, you're also heading to that vineyard then, I suppose?
Yes.
They do have lovely drinks over there. And they do import from all other regions. So perhaps you'll find something from home. That would be nice.
Maybe, yeah. I don't think I've ever drank anything from home. But...
Also, doesn't have to be alcoholic.
No. Okay.
Doesn't have to be alcoholic.
Maybe. Well, I'm not afraid of trying new things, so...
You're not afraid of trying new things. Hands a business card from Amarissa's lounge.
Okay.
If you are ever looking for work... No, not that kind. But if you're ever looking for work... Hit me up. You seem like a well-traveled person.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind. I take the card and I carefully stow it away.
Okay.
Tell me, what is it exactly that you do aside from offering work?
Well, I do run a lounge, like the business card says, so I'm always looking in for people to entertain, but also people that can help out with some of my patrons. But mostly right now I'm tending to a little incident with some deliveries of some of my fine wine. The quality has been a bit disappointing lately. So that's why I'm heading over now to see what's going on there.
At the vineyards?
Yes, of course. It's one of the biggest exporters. So,
if there's anything that I can help with when I'm there.
Perhaps there is. Perhaps they could use some help. If that would be the case, then I could compensate you, perhaps. I don't suppose you are very expert in making wine or particular drinks, or...
Unfortunately, no.
Luckily enough, you have two hands, so you can also always work the fields.
I could, maybe. It's something I've never done before.
Just think about it. However, I am also a little curious about this other individual in the carriage. Because there is another person. Because right now, unless you have more questions for Amarissa, we are switching over to someone else.
Fine, I'm fine.
Alright. Then we are switching over to someone else who is in that carriage, who fell asleep a little while ago.
Oh.
They were probably not very focused on the talks that were being had. And could you please introduce Vita?
Yes.
How she looks, how she feels.
Her full name is Vitalia Stormborn, but she goes by Vita. And she's a young girl from the region of Concordia. And she's actually always been a nobody. She's raised by a single mother, a single human mother, so she didn't really stand out in her childhood. She is well known to the townspeople where she's from, the small town where she's from, as someone who has somewhat unfortunate traits. She's very clumsy. She's bubbly, so people generally like her, but she's very clumsy, and so she's also known for not really being able to keep a job, because for some reason she always manages to screw it up. Basically, she would break things, she would lose things, she would forget entire tasks that were important enough that she may have once or twice been the cause of the downfall of some businesses.
And about downfall, right now you probably fell a little bit asleep in your carriage travel.
Yes.
And, well, we are going to talk about something because, well, you of course have a little dream. Sometimes you daydream a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And in this morning, you're at home. And in your little home, down south, a little bit further away from a little place called Leonopolis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were fired from your last job.
Yes.
A little incident. So your mother, please describe her to me a little bit.
Well, her mother is, she's a sweet human woman. She's, she was the dressmaker, so she always had her standard clients. She worked hard. She worked a lot to support both her and her daughter, who clearly couldn't keep a job, so also did not bring much money home every day. And they had a fairly good relationship. Although Vita was very curious about her father and where she did come from, and she always wanted to know more about, why was her mother still single? Why wasn't there a father figure in her life? Her mother never really wanted to talk about him. So it was up to Vita to guess. And she did notice that there were some differences between her and her mother, appearance-wise, but also kind of the way her body works. So she does kind of know that her father wasn't human, but she also doesn't know what he was, because her mother never spoke about him.
Your mother was always a little concerned. She always said that you should keep your hair a little bit covered over your ears.
Yeah.
Because you have noticed over your years that they were becoming a little bit more triangular.
Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah, so when Vita hit puberty, besides the normal stuff that happens to a female body, she did also notice that indeed her ears were getting a bit more pointy, but also she started to develop some kind of magical powers that she doesn't know where they come from, because her mother's just an ordinary human. She doesn't have any powers. And that, combining with her clumsy nature, doesn't always go well. So for the last couple of years, jobs have been difficult and not very,
Vita, this is probably the last job that you're gonna get in this town, but I've asked very sweetly of our neighbor to work in the bakery. And today's your first day, right?
Yeah, are we sure this is a good idea?
You're just gonna help out in the kitchen. You've helped me plenty of times. Just keep your little fingers tied up closed and don't think too much about it. Right?
Okay, I promise I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
You'll do great, hon. Now go along with with neighbor Mr. Boris, and then everything will be fine.
Okay, I'll see you later.
You can do it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be sure to be visiting later this afternoon.
All right, okay. I'll go now. Yeah.
Ah, hello, Vida.
Good morning.
A big, like in this case, it is a lion folk. So in this case, this big guy, big belly. Ah, Vita, you're going to help me in the bakery. I've heard from Mother that things were a little complicated, right?
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. I promise I will not disappoint you.
There is not much that you can screw up in the kitchen. Well, except lose a few fingers. You'll be fine.
Never say never, sir. But I'll try my best, I promise.
And indeed, in the beginning, it's a little difficult because this baker bakes bread in the morning and does all kinds of like little jobs, and throughout the day deliveries come in and things are settling in for Vita. Finally a job that isn't entirely blowing up in her face all the time. Until one unfortunate day. That morning, Vita, feeling a little bit more comfortable, had set things in the oven and everything seemed fine. Mr. Boris had left, and Mr. Boris said, "Oh, Vita, I'm just keep an eye out in the kitchen. I'll be back in a little while. Gotta do a delivery, and clients are coming in. You can handle it."
I will.
We'll also maybe talk about that promotion.
All right, okay.
You've been working very well, so you've earned it. I'll get back to it tonight.
Okay, see you later. Everything will be fine.
And now you're alone in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Over the few last months, you have noticed sometimes a little tingling in your fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know exactly what's happening, what's going on. But sometimes you look up in the sun, and sometimes you notice that whenever the sun is at its highest in the day, your fingers itch a little bit. You don't know exactly what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And well, Vita has always had a little problem of sneezing.
Mm-hmm. Hay fever. It's a real thing.
Yes.
But that day, suddenly, your mother wanders in the bakery. "Ah, hello, Vita. How are you doing?"
Hi, Mom. I'm doing great. See, everything's going well. I'm so grateful that you got me this job.
Mr. Boris also seems very much smiling.
Yeah, it's been going great.
I'm very happy. I need to pick up something next door. So shall we have lunch in a little while?
Yes, sure. Can we do it here though? Because I don't want to leave the shop alone while Mr. Boris is out.
Oh, I understand. Why don't I go pick up something next door and then I'll come back?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Sounds fun.
Okay. I think you got to check up on the kitchen.
Oh.
You will handle it. I'll see you in a little while, dear.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Indeed. You head quickly to the kitchen, noticing that perhaps, hopefully you were just in time to pick up something from the oven.
Mm-hmm.
But then, as you unleash the oven, and you open it up, you feel that burning sensation in your fingers. And at the moment that you touch the hot plate, because you were still a little clumsy, something ignites and something triggers.
Mm-hmm.
And within an instant, you don't know exactly what's going on, but it feels as if you're on fire like the burning hot sun of the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And you just notice that, like, for a second, your hands almost like glow up. And within an instant, you don't know what's going on, but you hear screeches, and you hear just like an explosion coming from this oven. Flies up, fire explodes, and within a second, you are being knocked back against the counter of the kitchen. And this entire town is ablaze.
Oops.
Oops!
That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
You are smoking, like you're trying to see, but it's completely back. And then you hear in the back, you hear, "Vida! Vida!" Your mother is screeching on the other side of this room. What do you do?
I panic,
You
but
can't
I
see
also
anything.
run towards the sound
Let's
of
make
her
you
mother
do-
screaming.
Let's make you do a dex save.
Let's see, what That's my dex. 14?
With a 14, you quickly jump over some falling debris that is quickly falling down. You now realize that the entire building is ablaze. You don't know how this so quickly happened, but the only thing is that you feel is that your fingers are like cramping up. Like, they're kind of like stiff, and they're like stuck in a position.
Mm-hmm.
You run back into the main hall of your room, and there you see indeed your mother that has fallen onto the ground, and there is like a metal rod on top of her legs. What do you do?
I immediately try to get her out from underneath the
Let's
wooden
make you do a
thingy.
strength check.
That is not going to go well. Oh, natural 20.
Oh! You don't quite know what happens here, but you feel this fierce force in your hands. And indeed, there is a metal rod that is, Vita, help quickly! And you don't know exactly what happens. But she sees something happening. Your eyes glow up for a second, and quickly you just lift up this rod and you just basically throw it completely in the other direction.
Yeah.
You get your mother up and you make your way outside, seeing that the entire town, this entire place is on fire. What does Vita do? She probably starts to realize that she may have caused this.
Yes, I think it dawns on her that she's responsible, which makes her panic even harder, look around, and I guess run towards the fountain that's in the town square, in the middle of the town square.
You notice that other townsfolk are being escorted from the
Yeah,
buildings,
and I think-
like buckets.
Yeah, and I think she also realizes that her hands are very crampy and hurting, and also burning hot. So I think the first thing she does is put her hands in the water
Your mother
to
would
try and cool them off.
Yeah. And then you notice that when you cool them off, it's almost as if the water from the fountain is infusing in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know quite what's going on,
No,
but seeing everything ablaze around you, what would Vida think? What would she want the most to happen?
I think she would want to help most of all, because she feels responsible. She knows she's been the cause of this. She doesn't know how, but in this moment, she's just only panicking, trying to think of how can I help and how can I resolve this situation. So I think she might start cupping hands and her hands in the water, something completely irrational that will not help, but out of panic she may do so. So start cupping water into pockets or throwing it over her shoulder at people, so and screaming at them to seek something somewhere safe to hide, and maybe she even just fully jumps into the water to take buckets from people and help fill them or something.
You hear a voice, a male voice. Focus your mind. Fear is your enemy.
I think it stops her in her tracks.
Now, focus your mind.
Has she heard the voice before?
She hasn't heard the voice before, because this is a dream. Focus your mind. And tell me your greatest desire in this moment.
Save them. To save them.
Now hold out your hand and repeat the incantation that I speak to you.
She automatically does.
It's a little bit difficult to understand, but the only word that you really understand from it is Lumina. But it's a longer incantation, and from that moment on, from your hand, this kind of like cloud forms, and the cloud actually goes up in a swirl, but it goes up. And you've heard rumors about swirls going down.
Mm-hmm.
And within a few seconds, a huge rain cloud forms over this town and over this entire region, drizzling down on everyone. You see like people praising that Solaris has saved us or Harmonia has blessed us. But then they see and they notice that it originates from you. Mm-hmm. And within a few seconds, they realize that you were the one that just saved this little village from basically burning down.
Mm-hmm.
And within seconds, those flames are gone. It's almost as if it's being more like dispelled. As in, the fire isn't drizzling out, it just vanishes. It's just gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Power of dreams.
But it still haunts you.
Yes.
And then you shake awake from your dream in this caravan because, well, somebody was poking at you. And you
It's slightly annoyed face. This
and you shake awake,
Drenched in sweat from this nightmare.
Yeah. Screaming.
and like, oh, I apologize. I did not want to wake you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just scream out loud?
She takes out that handkerchief. You've got a little something over there.
Oh,
Gives you a-
she takes it and just dabs at the sweat
Are
while
you-
her heart's still racing and slightly calming down now.
Are you all right, my dear?
Yes, just a bad dream. I'm sorry if I caused you any distress.
You see this happening.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a bad dream. I'm okay.
That must have been some dream then.
Yeah, it's just there's been an accident some time ago in the village where I'm from, and I just still can't shake the images.
Accident.
Yeah. The for some reason I don't know the specifics. It's so strange, but I was working and suddenly everything was on fire and the whole town almost burned down, and it
Wait,
was very scary.
I recognize you. Your feet are Stormborn, aren't you?
Yes.
You're that girl that saved Southern Leonopolis. Oh, how could I not have remembered? Your face was on posters in my lounge as the hero.
Was?
Yes.
Oh.
Did I hear the story?
Let's give you an advantage history check because this news would have spread around in the city.
Wait, post mezelf tegen.
Natural 20.
Yes, you have heard this story about a young girl that a little while ago saved a city from just being burned down. It was a terrible sight, but it was also strange because the flames just disappeared.
That was you?
I mean, yeah, don't ask me how I did it, but
You must be
Somehow.
a powerful caster.
I guess so. I mean, I've never done anything with those powers. I don't know what came over me. I just knew I had to save the town. That's what I did.
Then why is it like a nightmare to you?
Because I don't know. I've always. I mean, it of course is scary. I mean, one moment everything was fine, and the next, almost everybody died. I mean,
Luckily,
if I waited any longer, everyone would have died.
I heard about that incident. They were so lucky that nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
It was a miracle. It's still being referenced sometimes as a miracle of Solaris that nobody was hurt.
I mean, yeah, that is a miracle, but then since you saved them all, I find it strange that it would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
That it would
It's just-
scare you or something.
It was very scary. I mean, one moment everything's fine, the next everything's on fire, and I mean it's
Yes.
everything in the town is made out of wood. So, and it also I don't know. I just get this strange feeling when I think back to it. I
Must
don't
have
know.
been very stressful. I should visit my friend Boris over there. Often. It'll be fine.
You know Boris?
Oh, he's a lovely man. Always makes the best kind of cakes. I should visit Leonopolis more often. Do you know him as well?
I worked for him. He was my boss.
Oh, lovely. Then we have some kind of connection.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. I'm just so happy to have two beautiful young women with such interesting stories in this lounge, or in this caravan. I thought I would be bored to death. I wonder, will we meet more today? Oh no. Do you have any questions for this
Do
character?
I have any questions for her?
Just to know, you are on your way to go collect something over at this vineyard. You were asked to collect a fine type of bottle of wine. You don't know exactly why, but it's a particular type.
Okay.
You had a letter, and the letter had specific instructions with the marking of your father.
Oh, right.
One of the only remaining luminary in Costa del Regida. You've been at his kind of like palace once. But we'll get back to that later, because you have a visit planned. Get back to that later. Do you have any questions?
I guess I ask her about the wine guards, if she's been there before, if she's also on her way over there. I guess Peter would just politely converse with her, just show interest.
She'll repeat what she said just to Naomi just a little while ago. Yes, I've been there before, and well, they do excellent quality. However, the quality of late has been disappointing. So I want to go check out and have a conversation, a good conversation. What's going on there?
All right.
What does you bring you there?
I was asked to retrieve some bottle of wine. I don't know. I don't drink, so I've just been asked to go over there and retrieve the bottle.
So 2 women go into a vineyard, but neither of them drink. Ugh, I must be an alcoholic.
I'm from very low parentage, so I guess I've just never gotten used to alcohol. I'm also only 18 years old, so I've never really...
I see. Well, if you would ever like to try out flavors of any kind or other types of work, give you a business card.
Okay, thank you. I think...
She's quite a networker.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. out of politeness, she would take the card and put it somewhere, but she already also knows that she's definitely going to lose it at some point.
Probably. All right.
Just put it in a pocket and it immediately
Just
slides
falls out.
falls
Yeah.
out.
No, yeah. Hold on. Let's have you. Let's let you do a d20 for me.
Okay. 14.
14. Let me quickly check. I had a minor effects table.
Oh. Oh no.
Okay. So you take this card and you quickly put it in your pocket, and then you notice that your fingers kind of like ignite a little bit. And then you feel that this little card is being like shriveled up in like a little bit of fire. And you notice like scorching it a little bit. What do?
Quickly pat it down, hoping nobody would notice.
Okay, make a 17 stealth check hiervoor. Take een insight.
He's cocked.
Stealth, 6.
Insight. Wat kan ik daar?
14.
Natural 1. Amarissa is distracted. Ooh, look at the lovely scenery. We're almost close to the vineyard. But you notice this happening.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
That doesn't look like nothing.
It doesn't look like nothing.
No, I'm very clumsy. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Don't worry. It's fine.
I suppose if you say this in a little hushed voice so that
Yeah.
Amarissa doesn't hear.
Yeah.
I have one of those cars too also. If you're ever interested,
I mean, should I? I mean,
I don't know.
what does she want from us? I don't want to work at her lounge or anything. I mean,
Oh, look, ladies, we're almost there.
I don't know, but you know, there's always. I mean, work is work. It
I mean,
depends on what it is.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just.
It's better than sitting in the classroom all day.
Is it? I've never really been to school.
But you have heard that soon your father would introduce you to the Cursebreaker Academy. I've heard that from your last visit.
Okay.
Seems to be a student.
Yeah. So, are you a student?
Yes.
Where, if I may ask?
Cursebreakers Academy.
Oh, really? I mean, I've been thinking of going to see the Cursebreaker Academy.
It's not as if you really can enroll. You need to be either invited or have a lot of influence.
How did you get in?
I got some sort of invitation, recommendation type letter from one of my masters that I came across during my travels.
Oh, cool. Really? So you're not from around here?
No, I'm from the Swordlands.
Oh, really? That's like almost all the way across the world.
Yes. Does she didn't remember me because I was in the town.
Nou, oh, hold on. Dat was Mira. Dat was letterlijk een heel ander karakter van een hele andere campaign.
Oh, van een andere campaign. Ah.
And she plays that character.
Ah, oké.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Context.
Ja, even context, oké.
Het zou gek zijn.
Ah, it's me!
You remember?
It's me!
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm from the other side.
Wow, that's impressive. I mean, I've never really been anywhere, so do you have cool stories? I mean, you must have cool stories.
I have many interesting stories, yes.
Wow.
Some could be classified as nightmares, just like yours.
I mean,
Others are relatively just stories.
cool. I'd love to hear them sometime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much time we have. We're almost there, right?
Yeah. But Amaressa says, well, ladies, you all have all the time in the world to talk again on the way back. So why don't we worry about that for now?
Sure.
All right.
As I move on to someone else's prologue. Okay. I'll first go to Rose, and then we connect up Talga. Rose. Let me quickly. Rose, you grew up in a place called Kalikari, a beautiful little town at the edges of Concordia, all the way over there. Yeah, at that cove. A beautiful, wonderful beach town where there is the faith of Harmonia that is the biggest inspiration there. Your mother? How's your mother called? How does your mother...
Callista Gracia.
Callista Gracia was there, something of the mayor. She kept an eye out and also was the spiritual leader of the church. And she had two wonderful daughters, Snow White and Rose White. Please introduce Rose White.
Rose White is a quiet girl, kind one. She has a feeling for words on paper, but not much allowed. However, she can be surprisingly clear socially, but how far do we go with this in the future? What do we?
This is a little bit while ago. This is when the town was still there.
Okay.
So tell me a little bit about you, your relationship with your sister and your mother.
That's okay. All right. I'm a bit of quiet but a happy girl, and well, me and my twin sister are as close as can be. Our mother's very proud of us, and we both have this celestial mark on our face, coming from her blood and empowered by the connection with Harmonia. And well, we are perfectly happy. I mean, she's our mother's very vibrant, very giving. It's usually just attention to both of us, but it's good. It's love. And yeah, we're in our high rank-ish way of living in town.
And today,
Well, we have a pretty inspiring life.
and today is the day of the white dove. It's a celebration of a gentle passage. Because the religion of Harmonia is all about when somebody passes on, that they don't do it alone, that they take their next step while surrounded by those who care for them, so that nobody ever has to be alone in that moment of fear and, well, perhaps pain, but that they are embraced by Harmonia into their next step. And today is a celebration in the church, the biggest building over there. And that day, you had just finished the ceremony, but things didn't exactly go to plan. At some point, you and your sister would both step up to the altar to present a white dove, and to make a little light ball and to make it float up. As kind of like a moment of gentle passage, the signal of everything will be alright. But you had a little trouble. Your little light, it was a little bit faded. It almost felt as if it was like darkened. You didn't quite understand. You were trying so hard. Your sister was succeeding, and your mother was like eyeing at you. Is everything alright? You didn't quite understand what's going on. How were you feeling in that moment?
Rose is pretty sensitive to eyes on her, and she kind of feels pressure coming from. Oh shit! Not now. I just smile with sort of a position mask, like it's fine. Well, trying very hard to get this steady.
And in this case, your sister, for a moment, Snow, notices that it's not going all right for you. And she's a little bit powerful this as well, notices that your little light is flickering, it's not working exactly. And she puts in the effort to, like, quickly invigorate a little bit, just to cover for the little bit of unsuccess that you were having. But your mother picked up on the fact that you were sweating and feeling a little uncomfortable. After the ceremony, your sister, who's letting out the people out of the church, just doing her normal job, your mother approaches you. Is everything all right, dear?
I'm not sure. My light was unsteady. I don't know what it was. It felt like it was tainted, weaker. I don't know. Out of all the moments, Mom, I'm sorry.
Perhaps I've also been lacking. It's been very busy the last few months. It's been very hard on us as well. We've put in a lot of services. And, well, all the incidents and everything that has happened, and the prayers also for what happened up north. It's been hard. Why don't we spend some time one-on-one? Why don't we take a little travel on the beach tonight?
Really?
Yes.
Just us?
Yes, because I've been with your sister like last week. just I've had a moment with her, and I want to spend some time with you. Your sister doesn't mind. And besides, she also had in this case volunteers for the evening ceremony as well, so we can sneak out.
That's great, Mom. Thanks.
Do you have any questions for your mother right now?
Questions for my mother. This isn't going to influence much later on, right? For the later ceremony?
No, honey. I think you're just feeling the pressure. You'll do fine next time. Don't worry.
Okay. Wow.
Your mother always had such a soft smile, always was inspiring, the really inspiring leader of this community. Always kind-hearted. Whoever came to the church, whoever needed it, they were always there.
I'm putting up my chin and being inspired, be encouraged again, and thanks, Mom.
And she kind of comes up with her, in this case, with you're my little Rose, and there's nothing to worry about. And she we'll have a little talk in the evening. There is something that I may need to tell you as well.
Okay.
So, you help out with the rest of the day. You make sure that all the other inhabitants of the town and the celebration is all going all right. And at night, indeed, you had planned to meet your mother on the beach. Evening comes, and there is your mother on the beach, over there. Come, sit. And she points you, in this case, at some rocks to sit nearby, just to have a little bit of a break. It has been a little bit hard the last few months, hasn't it? How are you feeling, Rose?
Well, training has been pretty hard lately. Stepping up to, have more of a front position beside you in the temple and everything, and, I don't know, I guess it's been messing with my head a little. I mean, Snow is always so effortless at everything.
About that, I was actually thinking of stepping down soon, and that you and Snow may take over permanently as leading this community.
I feel silently honored, but I'm also starting to sweat a little. Wait, really?
Yes, I have.
How soon?
I believe you're both ready. And we all have an off day. That's why you have your sister.
Yeah, we'll always have each other. I know that.
Exactly.
It's, why? Why do you want to step down?
I don't know. Perhaps just enjoy not feeling so much pressure all the time. But also because I believe you're ready. And, well, I may have had someone on my mind. Someone in town. I know that I and your father haven't had such a good relationship. But perhaps I'm ready for someone new. Perhaps.
Do you, have a date?
Maybe. So I want to spend a little bit more time on that as well. So I can be more of a mother also to you and Snow.
Of course. I just want you to be happy. That's great, Mom. Do you feel like he could be something promising?
I think so. I hope so. Maybe we'll meet. We'll meet. Maybe tomorrow.
Or do I know him?
Maybe.
Oh dear.
He's been a few times at the church and sitting on the front row and keeping an eye out. And you see that your mother is just glowing and smiling. Less of her actual reformed and caring mother vibe, and more kind of expressing those feelings of finally meeting someone again. But she does still keep, even though that their relationship didn't work out, she does keep some respect for your father as well. But
Oh.
yes. Also, there was something else that I wanted to talk about. Perhaps you've noticed that this on your face has been glowing a little bit more intensely sometimes.
It has. Kind of felt warm.
I believe that soon wings may appear.
What?
As
I've been dreaming of that like my whole life.
you see, when I made a promise before long ago, I made a promise to Harmonia. And in this case, she kind of like, it is almost as if like kind of like wings open up from her, these huge, like angelic wings. And I believe that soon they will be coming for you as well. I have a feeling. So perhaps that's the reason why your little flame was not as bright as you thought. Perhaps you're still growing and developing. Because last week, your sister, she kept it a little bit quiet, but it happened for her already. And
Of course it did.
And she was a little bit worried because I didn't have the chance to tell her yet. And she was panicking and she thought all these thoughts. And I was like, no, it's nothing to worry about. So
I knew.
She had a secret.
And I wanted to be the one to tell you and make sure that you were all right. I don't know when it will happen, but it will happen soon, I think.
It's so exciting. Yes. That's amazing.
Now, in the beginning, it will be hard to control, and so you can only fly for a minute. So make sure to stay on the ground and not go too far, but use your light, use your wings to help others. And in time, you may call upon them whenever you need to.
I'll remember that. I mean, I'd hate to fall out of the sky on my first flight.
Yes, I hope that won't happen.
Yeah. The town needs both of us anyways, so I'll be careful. This is great. Thank you so much.
Yes, this place really needs all three of us as well, so...
Well, in the meantime, you can go be a lady a bit more.
I hope to be a lady. But Rose, you see something on the horizon. Something that doesn't look quite right. It's kind of like a purple cloud. And it's heading towards Calcaré. And you don't know quite what's happening right now. Something doesn't feel right. And for a sense in your hand, you feel something tantalizing. And your mother, she's just talking about the experience that she will have tomorrow. But you sense this.
Mom?
What's up?
Something's wrong.
What do you mean what's wrong?
I don't know. Look.
And very quickly, this cloud is coming over. And you see it just pass by. And your mother is looking, what is that? And she's just as confused. And you don't know what's exactly happening.
This feels bad.
You say that it feels bad. And then 1, 2, 3. You don't know what happens. But just the entire town of Calcaré, just within a second of this cloud, this is almost as if it's being engulfed, and you are at the edge of the beach. Within seconds, it's just gone. And you see this happening. You look perplexed, and you don't know even what to think. What would go through Rose's mind at the second that she sees this happening?
Oh my god, Snow!
Your mother is just... She has no words. She tries to, cast her incantations, but nothing is working.
Wait. Is there a hole? Or is there something we can walk into?
Right now, you just see sand. And then you notice that this sand is starting to sink. Because your little town is like in a cove. And right now, just everything turns to sand. And then the sand starts to sink back into the sea, into this cove. You've heard of this, but you didn't realize that it could happen so quickly. You've heard of something called the desertification, something that happens in the desert. But in less than 5 seconds, an entire town filled of people.
I'm perplexed. Yeah, I'm perplexed and in instant panic. Yes, and I'm just gonna run forward, see what's left. Anyone that's left.
You run into the sand,
Yes.
and then you realize that you're stuck in the sand. And your mother tries to invoke her wings, but you are being sucked into the sand. What does you do? Because you step forward to where this church would be, where everything would be. But you are being sucked into the sand further and further. Your mother invokes her wings, tries to hold on to you, but it's too late. Because your mother's courage and her wings start like fade and flicker, and she crashes into the sand. And you're both being drawn into the sand. And then you violently wake up from this nightmare again. That you have to sometimes relive over and over again. And you fiercely are being woken up from this nightmare in your little house. And what's the first thing that you think actually is you once again see this dream.
The first thing is the weight of feeling half coming right back in. And
You wake up in your house that you have in a little settlement called Sarabat, where there's a lot of desert dwarves. Your mother held up good relationships with this town. A town filled with artificers and inventors, one in particular. But there are days that you go back here, especially, well, during summer break. But your mother's light isn't there anymore. Your mother sometimes has days that she can't even get out of bed. And this is one of those days. Because this is today, well, I would call it anniversary. But a day that it happened so many years ago.
8 years ago.
So many years ago. It doesn't matter how many.
Doesn't matter.
years.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was 9. It's fine. 8 or 9. Because it's fine. This is the day that it happened so many years ago.
I feel the familiar sensation and recall myself, straighten my shoulders, put up a silent prayer towards Harmonia, deep breath in, and step out of bed with the tiny ray of hope. Can I just feel like the vibe in the house on such days?
On such days, the vibe is cold.
Cold, yeah.
Even in this region, it's ice cold. Almost like snow. It's
Irony.
not the soft snow. It's more like icy spikes that rise up around the house. And your mother's expression is just blank. She doesn't even have the energy to get up on those days. It's been hard on Rose as well. But in this town of Sarabat, she has made a few friends, one in particular. And well, she knows this friend because together they go to the Cursebreakers Academy. Although Rose's invitation was received in another way than dear old Talga, Rose got the invitation more as kind of like how would I say this? It's not really a title of honor, being the last survivor of Kalkari, but there is some kind of respect for you. Because you've still not lost your light in all this suffering. You still keep on going. Someone noticed, and someone gave you an invitation for the academy as well. You don't know exactly who. The only thing that you do know is that a while after that terrible incident, there was just a book on your bed. A book with 8 interconnected rings. And it has the story of Snow White on it. The actual Snow White. But within it, it also held a few spells. You don't know exactly who gave it to you. Perhaps a gift from Harmonia herself, but you don't know exactly.
Alright. I assume I have the book next to me.
You just kind of like, you can click it on like the side. It came with a belt that you could click the book in.
How handy.
Oh, incredibly handy.
It is your spellcasting book as well, so.
And it's sort of, besides being very handy, it also feels like my lucky charm that I gain a bit of strength from.
Mm-hmm.
And already feeling wary, having to say good morning. But I get ready, I'll click that lovely book by my side, and get into the living room.
You are there alone. Your mother hasn't even gotten up yet. You can't expect that from her today.
No. Oh.
The little markings that she has on her face have almost entirely faded. It's quite bad for how she has to deal with this, but it's almost as if she just can't relapse back from it. While you just try to keep on to hope. For her, it's almost entirely faded. Perhaps even worse than just, well, the suffering that the other people have.
How's my glow?
Yours is still as bright as ever. Perhaps you should
kind of tense to sort of literally show my face, but I walk over to the bedroom door and peek in.
You peek in. Your mother is kind of like sitting up. Well, I can be very descriptive, but let's say that she drinks her problems away. I will not go into detail.
Noted. Morning, Mom.
Good morning, Rose.
Did you sleep a little well?
I don't think you need to ask that. She's cold. Very cold. The warmness that she once had is just gone. So, just out of confirmation, if I'm being harsh to you, I'm not being harsh. It's the characters being harsh. So just know.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to ask that.
No, I guess not.
Didn't you have something to do? Don't you need to prepare for school again?
I was just wondering if you needed some breakfast.
I can handle myself, girl. He doesn't even look you in the eye. It's hard seeing her like that. Because you still hold on to the hope that the warmness is still there.
Yeah. Just, later, Mom.
She doesn't really say anything. You close the door. Do you head outside? You did have a little bit of a promise made to a friend in town. Because you would help her out from time to time. And it's actually kind of fascinating to see her busy in her work. Well, perhaps she could help today. You'll need to head on over there.
Yeah. So, as usual, I just steel myself again and head out, seek distraction.
Mm-hmm. The sun shines on you. And then you head over to the workshop of Talga. Talga, please introduce yourself.
I'm playing Talga Firewood. She is a relatively young dwarf, but she's already 40 years old. She's lived her whole life in Sabbarat, which is a dwarven hold that has been in this area for as long as anyone could possibly remember. Which is also one of the reasons why her people are quite worried about the desertification. She is relatively, well, she's trying to be modest, but she's really well known within her own community because she has helped in many different ways over the years and proved quite promising. For one, she's pretty much the brainchild behind most of the irrigation systems that the town and the nearby area makes use of. And she has also helped create what she dubbed the Shield of the Oasis, which is a network of pylons that protect the Valley of Orange.
The Plains of Orange.
The Plains of Orange, hopefully from further desertification, through arcane magic that she uncovered in the deep, ancient, it's not really ruins, since technically half of it is still in use, but the deeper areas of the Dwarven Hold she lives in.
Mm-hmm. And by applying indeed very smart Caledosian magic with a little touch of ice magic as well, all the way from Roaring Haven, she has indeed managed to make a quite interesting kind of little network of pillars, and they work fascinating. You do notice that indeed Rose is standing in the opening of the workshop. You do notice that she sees gloomy, because you know as well that this is, well, the anniversary of Kalkari disappearing.
Morning, Rose.
Morning, Talga.
You didn't sleep well.
I guess you could say that.
Yes, let's get you distracted, shall we?
Gladly. What have you got for me today?
What do I have?
The typical business of Talga at this moment in time, just because it's actually, you're about to leave to the academy again, both of you, but that would be tomorrow. But today, the final days before you leave for at least the rest of the year, you would check the irrigation system, you would check on with the other dwarves, you would probably go find some supplies, and you would of course check the network, because you actually have it's kind of like a fancy map, and you can see all the dots that you have placed on it with like tiny little crystals, and those crystals actually indicate if the network is working. You would probably check that out as well.
Right, we have actually a busy day ahead of us. I need to check on the artisans that are working over at the forge to see if it works in conjunction with the irrigation system and the waterworks. We have to check out the pylons to see if they work. They still do, but we'll get to it later.
You saw something flicker for a second.
Yeah, I was about to say just a small,
like small twitch in her face. There's so much to do. I can't keep everything running from a distance. You'd expect more of my people are inclined to be more in...
Morning, Talga! One of your...
Yes, good morning.
Like a bit of a humpy dwarven man, long beard, sand everywhere. Morning, Talga!
You have sand everywhere. Go do something about that, please. We keep clean workstations, as I've said 438.6 times already.
Talga, we get sand everywhere. I know that you are It's different over there in Costa del Regido, but sand is everywhere in my workstation.
I know, but the mechanisms are very delicate and they need to be kept clean. Now,
Well, or you could just make sure that they work even with sand. But I suppose with all those gemstones, it's a little difficult. We just use gears.
gears, gemstones, same thing. You wouldn't want your gears to be grinding now, would you?
No.
Right. I have a whole list of things to check. So come along and we'll just get to the day. As Thalga grabs a few things in there, her tools and stuff, and starts heading out, and first checks in with the broader overview of the town.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see the map in front of you, and you see an irrigation system. Why don't you go check it out?
Yes, Thalga would walk over to the mechanisms over there and check to see if they're still connected and working.
And Rose is following you after.
Yep.
Now, you make an investigation check for me.
Elf.
With an 11. You spot the system, you're quite familiar with it. With an 11, you notice one of the wheels of the irrigation system, over there's a bolt loose, and you spot it. It's still secure enough to keep spinning, but it feels a little insecure to you.
Right. Could you hand me that wrench over there?
Yeah.
As Thalga walks over there and starts...
Well, it's spinning right now, so you'll need to turn it off first.
Yeah.
Well, turns off the system.
Noticing that then the water will flow over, because this is a wheel that keeps spinning. So water would flow over a little bit. So hurry up.
And starts to quickly catch the bolt and starts tightening it.
You don't need to roll for that. You are quite capable with that. Rose just watches in awe on all her systems. And indeed, it doesn't take you very long to get this fixed up. But you do notice that the interconnected parts up top over there's also something loose. You can't reach it with how big you are.
Oh, Rose, I need your hands for something. I hand her a pretty heavy wrench.
How heavy is it for me?
Well, you are delicate. It's a little... But you've been here a little while again. Well,
yeah, I've got it.
Yes. I'll give you a little boost, and if you get up there, you need to tighten it. Remember lefty-loosey, righty-tighty?
I got it.
Yes.
Tolga, you realize that you'll need to lift up Rose, and, well, you are not capable enough for that. Your armor is. Describe it to me.
Tolga just claps her hands together, and she normally wears, like, armored boots, gauntlets, pauldrons, and a beautifully intricate... Well, it's not just a necklace, it's more like a piece of armor over here with a giant blue gemstone in it. And suddenly her armor starts to activate, and through some blue magical effects, a lattice work of metal appears, a helmet appears, and she is basically, within a few seconds, fully suited up. Grabs you and...
Yes.
Okay,
Surprisingly delicate. Surprisingly delicate and controlled. Keeps you up.
Okay.
Well, Rose, you are now lifted up, and you are indeed... what was it? Loose?
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
Yeah.
Dat is een goede tip. Of
Loose.
your life.
You do know which way right is,
Yes, she does.
Rose.
But this is a little difficult, so I want you to make a dexterity check.
Sweaty already.
I believe in you.
Wait.
Dex.
Dex. Ba. It's 14 and 7.
Oh.
Wait,
what?
It's +2.
+2, I'm sorry.
So it's 7 + 2.
Oh,
Oh, it's 9.
It's
Okay. Okay. So it's not that difficult with a 9, even with a 9. You and eventually tall guy is like harder like and it clicks back into place. You fixed it up.
With
Yeah. Something like that.
Ah,
Die vibe kreeg ik.
that already sounds perfect. As she gently puts you down, grabs the wrench. Right, let's activate this thing, otherwise the people from the forge get upset with me again.
You already see a dwarf.
Again, I told you it was loose! As she walks over to the activation system and slams it.
And the water flows again.
I glance over amused. Dwarves amuse me sometimes with these reactions.
Definitely.
Yeah, they are pretty how would I say it? Emotional? Yeah.
So don't
Feisty
take
bunch.
feisty bunch.
You work for a few hours. There's all kinds of like little tasks. Rose just wanders behind you, sometimes helps you out. You do notice that, well, you are very respected here and sometimes get into arguments with some of the dwarves. Just typical banter. All of them take one step back from Rose today because they understand that she may need some space. But, well, they also kind of like more feel bad as well because they have made the promise, this community has made the promise to take care of her mother. And, well, it's been difficult for them as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bling. Your gemstone glows up, sometimes indicating that there's something of note in the workshop.
Let's head to the workshop and we'll get some lunch.
Good idea. I think I just glance back at one of the dwarves looking at me sympathetically sideways and just smile a little. Yeah. Follow on.
Don't blame them, they have a hard time with it.
They've also lost friends in that time as well.
I understand. I will understand more than ever. Anyone. Let's go get lunch.
Yes.
And look at the bright side, you both go to school again, so it's kind of like zoning out everything that's going on again.
It's far in the distance when we're back at Costa del Rigo. Rigido.
I'll be happy to see my father again.
I walk into my workshop.
Yeah.
Well, first you were gonna get lunch, so you'll need to head to the mess hall first. This community has a mess hall where you can just go get food.
We head to the mess hall.
Dwarven takeaway.
Well, yes.
Yeah, the dwarf. Fine. The dwarven. The Sagabat dwarven takeaway.
Forget.
What do
Sagabat
dwarves
dwarven
eat generally?
takeaway. STD. Okay, never mind. Moving on.
How do dwarves eat generally?
With their mouth.
What kind of food?
Well, these are desert dwarfs.
Yeah,
These are the desert dwarfs, so it's still a hearty meal, but it's also maybe some lighter ingredients.
And if I have to believe that one dwarf in your shop, it's probably a bit sandy.
There might be some sand in it.
It's a bit crunchy.
It's crunchy.
You'll get used to it.
Well, a quick thaumaturgy spell to blow the sand away can help.
That helps.
Prestidigitation.
Also
Yes,
helps.
indeed.
You have your lunch,
Yes.
and then you head to the workshop.
And I'm sort of I think on a day like this, I'm sort of half picking at my food and
Yeah.
just mildly enough. But yeah. Where were we heading?
To my workshop.
Yes. Okay.
As Dalga walks into her workshop, it's pretty communally used. Thank you. Don't twist.
Yeah.
But she walks in. There's probably some people.
And there's one dwarf looking at your map system with all the little gemstones.
What's up, Darek?
The one at the wine guards. Not that far from here. It's off.
Oh,
I
you mean
saw it flickering earlier.
the one at the vineyard? Yes.
Hmm.
Well, let me quickly check if the board works. Otherwise, we're going to have to take a little travel. As Talga checks if the crystal is in order and if the system works, but it probably is perfectly working order, but the thing is just broken.
Yeah, the quickest way to check actually is just to swap two gemstones around, because the map is kind of like, yeah, the gemstones work. It's the actual positioning that the gem.
We better go check there. I mean, Grandpapa's favorite vintage comes from there. We wouldn't want that to be turned into a desert now, would we?
Wars
How-
without wine. That will be a problem.
How long travel is that from here?
A few hours. But probably if you
Is it-
leave now.
Wait, is there a particular dwarf we can refer to who would be particularly grumpy without wine?
All of them.
All of them?
All of them?
All of them?
But especially my grandfather.
But it's they also make other produce there. It's also a trading hub spot. And to you are immediately worried a little bit. Because when you installed your Shield of the Oasis there, it wasn't just only for like making sure that the water irrigation and everything flows. Your pillars can also ward from creatures. And you know that if that pillar there isn't active, the sweet smell of that vineyard can attract creatures.
Yes.
And,
I'll keep that information to myself, though.
well, both of you actually know about these types of creatures, so can you please roll for me an intelligence check? En jij ook, Rose?
1. Ja, er komt nogal wat bij, maar het is een 1. Gewoon een ruwe int-check.
Ja.
Dat is 3.
7 again.
Okay, Rose. It takes you a little while, but you see a worried look on Talga's face, and then you realize, wait a second. If that thing is off over there, desert ankax may start showing up.
Desert what?
Desert ankax.
Desert ankex.
Ankex.
Basically,
Yeah.
creatures that can, Vita would also know them, that can dig underground and through the sand make their way, and they seem to be attracted to sweet smells.
The giant nasty bugs.
The giant
Ew.
nasty bags.
Okay.
Desert.
The size of a school bus.
What's the school bus?
Talga.
Oh. Ooh.
DAs.
Well, amongst other things. Let's get there quickly and see what's going wrong. It's probably
Yeah.
just a simple faulty mechanism. Some oil will probably work.
I'll be fine. Just head over there quick.
There may be like a mechanical reason, but it's not uncommon that when the gemstones start to fail, perhaps they're losing their energy. But Talga knows that typically your shields of the Oasis don't lose their energy just randomly. So there must be a reason. Something must be drawing on the energy or something else.
Luckily, they keep a spare in a hidden box.
Do they now?
Well, yes, they don't know what to do with it, but I specifically instructed them to keep one there. I really hope they
Daar ga ik
didn't
eerst
use
voor
it.
rollen.
They didn't use it to cool down their wine. That would be very unfortunate.
Sure. They have a backup in somewhere in a storage room that they don't use right now.
I mean,
Because it's a big gemstone.
Talga would create at least a backup. And preferably a backup of the backup.
Sure, in the storage there's a backup of that thing. Fine.
Just in case the energy has run out.
Alright then. You are going to head out. Well, one of the quickest ways there is by horse. Luckily enough, these parts of the road are not covered in complete sand. There have been waked paths that have been hardened. So you could take your horse and go over there. Perhaps a carriage.
Am I just in my assisting story? I am also sort of a scribe to note things down. Then I'm assuming I'm sort of in between, just scribbling things.
You good? No problem. Perhaps you are immediately thinking, oh, that's at Ankax. Gotta work. Make an intelligence check.
You are... Als je 3 keer 7 achter elkaar rolt, krijg je dan een bonus.
Nee.
De jackpot.
Okay, another 9.
7 plus 0. Ja, tenzij dat het... ik denk niet dat je nog iets anders moet inzetten. History misschien?
Ze zijn een beetje...
Ja, maar ik weet niet.
History. That's history would be plus 2.
Als het gewoon een platte incheck is, is het plus 0.
Doe my history dan. Oké.
Dan is 9.
9. Oké. Ik wacht even.
My luck will have to change.
Okay, with a 9, it's not that high, but I'll give you advantage on perception checks related to the holes that Ankax may leave behind, because that's an indication of where they, can quickly access and escape from while attacking their prey.
Okay.
Let's go by horse. That's quicker than a carriage.
All right.
Alright.
Heading to the vineyard, indeed. But first, we're going to take a little break. Okay.
Right. Oh.
Then we are going to continue. So, on the carriage is Kawakami, Vita, and Amarissa, together with the driver. And they are making their way to this wine yard, which is interesting because, well, in this case, both Tolga and Kawakami are like, wait, isn't it vineyard? And then, no, we call it wine yard because it's 1 yard of fields, and, well, it mostly produces wine and imports wine, exports wine, so we thought it was funny. Well, they thought it was funny.
Vita would laugh.
Maar misschien net iets te hard en
I
net
would
iets...
mumble to myself.
Net iets te laat.
I would mumble to myself, but it's still a vineyard.
It's true. But the carriage makes its way over to there.
Kan dat wel vast. Oh!
Twee minuten later.
As the carriage is making its way over there, I want everybody inside of the caravan to quickly make a dex save for me.
A deck save.
Yeah, a dex save, yeah.
That includes Peter, yeah.
Yeah. And also Amarissa.
12.
19.
Okay. You notice a very strange big bump in the road. It like a Vita is like whoop.
Screaming, ah!
Let's see what Amarissa does.
That is a 13.
She's also fine. Ooh, that was a very big bump in the road. It stands out amongst all of the other travel. But eventually you make your way to the wine yard. And then you see this open, huge little place. There is one big giant gemstone in the middle, which is odd because it's very kind of like almost like darkened. You would imagine that it sparkles. And you do see, like in this case, one like blind folk is like staring at it, a little confused, like.
What did the instructions say again?
Probably like a little book. And there's also at the gate, like this wolf folk man, a lion folk man, who's like a sentinel, a guard that you've seen in the city, and he's like checking in. Go on ahead. And everybody gets off the caravan. As the caravan in this case, it's not as big as on here, but it's being placed here in the stall. And I'm gonna move it off. The driver is gonna take a break, and everybody arrives here at this wine yard. What happens? What are the girls going to do? Amarissa immediately, well, it was lovely to see you again. Well, it was lovely to meet you. We'll probably catch up on the way back. And then she just wanders off in this case.
Okay.
But both of you just don't really know what to do right now.
I think Vita would have stumbled out of the carriage, perhaps might have even fallen or missed a step. But she's
Dexy.
sure.
Can I try and catch her?
18.
Okay, with an 18, you manage to catch yourself, but you almost like, oh,
Oh.
you really...
Because I assume I step out first, and then realize or hear her make a noise or something, and then try and react to it.
She manages to catch herself, but
you just reach out, immediately feel like, oh god, this is just a walking disaster. Waiting to happen.
In my mind, there's clearly like, she'll need some help. Occasionally.
Full hero much.
She's very folksy.
But I think Pita's very interested in the gem. It's very pretty, so I think she just.
I mean, is it
is
since it's dark?
that.
Is it pretty?
It's not pretty right now because it's still fine, handy craftsmanship, and at the bottom there are all kinds of kind of like cogs and wheels, but they're not spinning. But the gemstone also is kind of like dark. It is pretty, but it's like it's lost something. Something isn't there.
I think Vita wouldn't even notice that it is supposed to do something. So she just is enthralled by its prettiness or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think she just walks up and almost wants to touch it, but hesitates.
I walk up as well, but I focus more on the person inspecting it and trying to like.
Please don't touch it.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's off.
Is that bad?
Well, this is the shield of the Oasis. It's a beautiful craftsmanship by one of the dwarves of Saradbat, and, well, it is responsible for the water irrigation system below the ground here. But it also, yes, it also wards off creatures.
Creatures?
Well, you know, those things that grovel through the ground.
Moles.
What? Moles?
Mole.
Yeah. Moles with you're not from around here, are you?
No.
No.
It's not good.
Have you ever heard of Unkeks? Make a history check with advantage because you are wanderer.
19.
With a 19. Yes, you know what Unkeks are, huh? Those are in Arctic regions. Huh?
Those are not common here or native here, right?
They definitely are. We call them desert pinchers as well. And you're thinking they may have adapted then, perhaps. Perhaps a different tactics, different types.
Maybe different species then?
Yeah. And you didn't even need to roll. You know that these creatures are in this area.
Yeah.
They can be quite vicious.
I think Vita would just look more and more worried with each passing moment.
And they leave big holes behind. And, well, if there's a hole, there's a chance that there's one nearby.
With the knowledge that these Unkeks are here, that bump, I would like to go and check that out to see if that may have been created by one.
Oh, yes, you definitely could. Will you tell this to the man, or will you not make him even more worried than he may already is?
Probably not before I have a definitive proof / knowledge.
You're going alone or asking Vita?
I'll say ask with a hushed voice, like, shall we check out the bump?
Do you think why? Do you think there was one?
I mean, if there is one, it's good that we know.
I mean,
If it's nothing, then it's also good that we know.
I guess, but quickly. I think we're more safe here.
I mean, we'll be together, but it should be fine, right?
Probably. Yes. I guess.
Right. So I'll start walking in that direction.
Yeah. No. Just.
The guard kind of like looks at you.
We'll be right back. Just taking a look around.
Please don't disturb the workers. And of course, as you enter, you see a few people just working the fields, plucking berries, whatever they're doing. And then you make your way to around where you felt the bump. And well, on the side, indeed, you do see a big hole. And just to, I'll enable the grid. Around there. It was felt on the right side of the caravan. You arrive. Spot an unusual hole that goes below.
I would like to check if I can see anything that may make me think that it's made by one of those creatures, or originates from it.
As a wanderer, I will give you this for free. You do notice strange, like, pinching marks. And while you look down, there's like a sticky liquid on the outside. Yep. The question is, if there's one exit or entrance here, there must be multiple.
Mm-hmm. I think we should better tell them this.
Yeah.
That they're
Yeah, but
already here.
Don't walk too close. Perhaps don't fall in. But I think yes, we should go and tell them.
Yes. I made my way back to the man here that told us about that they keep creatures away, and I'll say, excuse me, sir. It was a man, right?
Yeah.
When we came in here, we felt a bump in the road, just near that building over there. I think it's highly possible it is a hole left by Ungang.
Uh-oh. Because if there's one, they may attract more.
Yes.
They also
Maybe it's good to get other workers to safety at least, see if we can either get this thing to work again or...
Well, and at the moment you say, let's get the workers to safety, you immediately hear, "Ah!" from the outside. What does Kami do?
Run over.
What does Vita do?
What's going on?
Follows, I think. Scared, but follows.
Okay. In this case, you use your movement. Do you also dash? Because we're going to now...
If I feel like I need to, then yes.
Okay, then I'm going to say that you want to... Yep, movement again. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You get to around here with your 12 steps. And, well, you notice in this case, well, a big guy that is attacking that worker and has hold of them. They've risen up from the ground. What do you do?
I at least call out to the other workers nearby to get to safety, and then I'll run up to try and get that one to get let go of that worker.
Okay. We're gonna roll for initiative right now. But while this happens and Vita is like looking on and sees this, she's kind of like standing behind. At the same time, these two also arrive. You have your gemstone that can respond to, and you notice that it also sometimes flickers.
This worries me.
And you, while making your way there, did you want to say something?
Yeah, do I still have that sensitivity, like when Calcari disappeared, I sensed it and stuff?
Yes, you do. And you can use Detect Magic at any moment that you want.
Oh, yes. Can I connect now, Bruno?
Sure.
Yeah. Then I want to do that. It doesn't feel right.
Okay. I assume that you're both on one horse. So
I'm not sure if that fits. I would presume
Dwarf.
we would take 2 horses.
okay, it's fine. Yeah. Let's say you have enough animal handling for both. So you're both on horses.
That's a very high
Very
horse.
slender horses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get off your high horses.
Get up your high horse.
I have the more high ground.
You activate Detect Magic.
Yes.
While you do not detect any magic, there is another sensation. Typically, you know this spell very intricately. Typically, you can sense around 8 types of auras. Those are the types of magic. They all have a different color. For example, defensive magic that you feel around Talga with her fancy armor is kind of blue. Fiery magic, elemental magic that is perhaps used in the workstation represents more reddish. But there's one color that you now feel that isn't associated with any of these, which is a little bit more purple. But you have no inclination where it's coming from. It's kind of more like an absence of magic, as if the sense is being sucked out of it. And you're like, is that could it have something to do with the gemstone? It's a little odd. It's just the sense that you pick up on.
Yeah.
Do you share
Okay.
this
Yeah.
information?
Yeah. This I'm trying. Yeah. Of course, I am sharing it. I'm helping you.
That's a very disturbing thought. Something that would eat away at my magic. Gold crystals. We need to hurry and see what's going on.
It's here.
You quickly speed up the horses a little bit, and you see the vineyard in range in this case. And then you hear a screech from a worker. And then you both also notice, like on the side of the roads, you would probably notice it first, that's a hole. And well, Tolga and both Rose are very, very known about these desert ankek.
Right.
It's definitely not all right.
Luckily, these two both know that they don't like fire.
They don't like
Fire.
fire.
They don't like fire. That's why they stay on the ground, typically.
Oh, would Sacred Flame help?
Does it do fire damage?
No, Sacred Flame is more light magic.
Yeah,
Radiant.
that's fine.
Radiant.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
But
very.
it still works.
It's named flame, but
Yeah.
that's about
Yeah.
it.
It's sacred light.
Or would it be when in doubt, use Eldritch Blast?
When in doubt,
That's
use all.
Yes,
Yes.
that's my tactic.
Always
now,
works.
so-
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I activate my shield again, and also,
You are on the horses.
yeah,
You-
we're still approaching, but
yeah.
But let's just say, just for convenience sake,
yeah, I
you're not very effective with your armor on top of the horse.
No.
And Rose also has no combat training with a horse, and to fight, she'll need to get off.
I suppose we would reach a safe distance, get off the horses, and approach
And
my
rush up. Then we are going to...
Armor of Light, the
Yeah, you can invoke
ability,
it for free.
die wil graag.
You hear the screech, and you just
Yes,
immediately...
and just van whoa.
Your Armor of Light, that increases your armor class. Let me quickly check. Kijk, hoe heet het ook alweer? Hoe heet die spel ook weer, Major?
Wat je ook kan doen, als je een specifieke spel gaat opzoeken, is gewoon de naam van het spel maar 5 even laten zetten.
So, your armor class on your
All
sheet,
20 D&D
Yeah.
of 5e tools.
this number becomes 13 plus your dex. So it now is not 13, but 15.
Okay, that's a little more comforting.
Yes. And we are indeed now going to roll for initiative.
Ja, dat zijn.
Plus iets.
Dit is één. Ik had een hele harde botsing op de zijkant. Kan ik nog 1 keer proberen misschien?
Okay.
Sneaky.
Het is nou weer 7.
Okay, that dice. Hold on. We are putting that dice. We're putting
Where's
the
the
dice.
chair?
We're putting the dice in timeout.
Zo,
No more sevens for you.
bad die.
Okay.
Je moet naar het casino gaan als je alleen maar 7 krijgt.
Ja.
En dan is het weer wel geluk.
Gewoon hup, 777, jackpot.
Even kijken. Just for confirmation, I'm not adding them, but at the end of the initiative round, the workers move, and also NPCs do things. But we're focusing on these people right now. So, and I have something very handy for this. Okay, Kawakami.
19.
19. Nice. Rose.
I had, wait, ik rolde 7 en hoe moest er nog iets bij?
Plus dex.
Je dex. Je dex is plus 2.
Plus 2.
Talga.
Again, 9.
19 plus 2 is 21.
Vita.
Ik heb ook 19.
Oh my, you are fast. Gotta quickly roll for my... Okay, so...
I'm scared.
I'm kind of worried that I only see 1 and there's 3 on there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Little
Dat is
meta knowledge.
het fijne aan Roll20 is dat je als DM, als ze niet visible zijn voor de players, staan ze ook niet in de turn.
I can hide
Dat
them.
bedoel ik.
I know.
Maar nou weten we het al, is nou maar dat
It's fine. But I just wanted to give you that little bit of knowledge that how this works. But I can hide them.
Wow, heel vet. Oh, handig.
Yeah.
But we are now going to begin. Talga.
Talga is here.
Oh, dat is alive.
Just looking for one.
You see in this case, well, it rises up from the ground. This and the worker is immediately surprised.
Hij is ook al gegrappeld, toch? Of-
Yeah, he's grappled.
Ja.
Okay, this is not good. I slam my armor once more and I gain 3 extra hit points.
Oh,
Because it's a guardian model. Those are 10 hit points, just in case.
is dat een bonus action?
Ja, dat is een bonus action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I go stand over there. I take my crossbow and aim for the beast and try to shoot it.
Okay, go for it.
Nasty bug. 14 plus 4 is 18.
Yeah, you're gonna hit.
Nice. Alright, let's hope we can put it in the ground. In a good way.
The good.
Permanently.
Yes. Who are you? 6 damage.
6
I'm your
damage.
savior.
Well, in this case, you know Talga, but these two have seen Kawakami at school, not in the same class, but they know that she's also at the
She's
Cursebreaker
a person.
Academy.
We know that they exist.
Yes.
Thanks.
As you can see.
Sure.
I haven't not noticed you because there's a giant bug trying to eat a poor innocent worker.
Yes, you do notice that in this case, they're still holding on to the worker.
Put it down, you dirty beast.
Kawakami.
I will run up into melee next to the human, basically. So
Hold on. If you move through this is double movement because these are wine things.
One things.
Yeah,
Grapevines.
grapevines. Thank you.
Eventually they turn into wine though. So.
If I move diagonally through that, is that also difficult?
No, if you move diagonally, then it's fine.
Oh.
If you're able to move like through it reasonably, it's
I could like 1, 2,
Hoeveel vakjes is dat?
3,
Zes.
4, 5,
Geen doe
6, 7, 8, 9-ish.
yeah.
I'll move
Dash.
that, dash.
Yeah.
And I'll stand there.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. You do notice that this big bug with like one of the pinchers is holding on to one of the workers. You dash up, but it's still and you do notice that if it isn't interrupted, it's gonna drag the worker into that hole. Vita.
Okay. Let me move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
As I move up, I will obviously.
You draw your
And I think, does Vita know that they don't like fire?
I assume that she does, yeah.
Okay, then I think I'm just going to try and hit it with a firebolt.
Go for it.
It's 9 plus 5, 14.
AC 14. Meet it to beat.
Okay, 1d10. Hold on, I have to say that again. 5 damage.
5 damage is 5 damage. It didn't like that. Because you hit it with fire, I need to roll for something. Yep. It lets go of the worker, who is not restrained anymore, and immediately, as a reaction, digs on the ground.
Can I take an opportunity attack?
Yes, because it's going out of range, but with disadvantage because, well, it's going out of your reach under the ground, and it's a little difficult. But I will still give it to you.
It's not very useful.
10.
Nope, sorry.
That's fine.
Vita, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. No, not this one.
Not this one.
This one comes from up here, and let's see. It sees 2 viable targets, so it's gonna roll which one. It's gonna attack Vita. Vita, from behind, you feel suddenly like you hear, and so it's the same creature, even if it's a little different model. And please make a little dex save for me.
16.
Oh, you succeed. You only take half damage from this.
Can I use my reaction to use shield?
A shield is against an attack. You succeeded already, so this is a save. So
Yeah.
Sure.
you
Does
take
it for
4 acid damage as from behind, suddenly from the back of your neck, you and you feel something like
Ew.
That
Bits
tingles.
on you.
and that other worker that was standing there. 3.
Oh.
Nothing happens. Rose, your turn.
Well, I forgot how it went with the steps again.
Says.
1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna join Saga a bit behind.
Yeah.
Or wait, no.
This is where holes are.
Where the holes are. What can I do?
Well,
I mean,
right
obviously I'm doing that, but
it's a little difficult, but you hear a screech from over there behind the house, and you realize there's a creature there, and you see someone being sprayed by acid. You could heal them, but you could also perhaps position yourself around those holes because you know that they may pop up or they have to dig new holes.
true.
But right now,
I think.
you could also ready something. If something pops up, then you can immediately use an Eldritch Blast. You could
And I think I'm just gonna join you here. Like this is around 6.
D'accord.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be
There.
perfect.
Okay. What was the plan?
You ready?
I ready
Eldritch Blast
Blast.
attack.
Yes.
Just in case you see any Ankak pop up, you shoot him.
Because obviously I can't hit that guy.
Unfortunately, there's a house in the way, so you
Yeah,
can't.
there's a building, a
Little-
little outhouse.
Depends on how strong your Eldritch Blast is. You could blast through the house.
We're not level
never
20
know.
yet,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Yeah, so I've got Eldritch Blast ready close to me.
Okay. Then it's number 1. Oh, no.
And
Well,
Why
it
am I,
pops up. It pops up here. It takes 4 spaces. Because it reveals itself, your action triggers. Dus roll voor Eldritch Blast.
Zo, dan begin je dus in ieder geval met een
Oh,
D20.
niet wegpassen.
sorry.
Een robber is dus een D20. En dan weet ik niet wat je erbij krijgt. Dat is niet een D20,
Nee, het is,
dat is een D12.
het is een D12. Waar ben ik nou ineens helemaal?
Die moet je pakken.
Ja.
Ja, die mag je rollen. A natural 20.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
That's a crit.
So that's very useful.
2d10.
Dan mag je 2d10 pakken. Dan mag je die rollen. Er komt eigenlijk nog wat bij, maar ja, dat 20 raakt sowieso.
Net 20 raakt sowieso, maar zij heeft Plus 2,
One
plus
and
3,
eight.
plus 5. Want jij? Plus 6 erbij. Hè?
Vijf.
Plus 5. Nee, heeft zij ook. Plus 5.
9.
Even kijken, dat is 8 plus 1 is 9.
Ooh, didn't like that.
Yes.
Yeah. It pops out of the ground. You immediately. How does your attack look?
How does my attack look? It looks oddly reserved, and powerful at the same time.
But does it have a color? Does
A
it have
color?
a shape?
Red.
Okay, a red beam. It's gonna try to grapple you because it came up, but it's getting hit. But because it's getting hit, I'll give it disadvantage on trying to grapple you. So please make a strength check. A strength save.
Strength save.
Nee, wacht even. Sorry, grapple is a strength contest. Strength
Maakt je
check.
uit. Ze rolt een 9.
Oh, well,
Dus,
it can still.
dus het is een 20 over 18.
No. What you see and what happens is that this thing pops out of the ground, but it comes up like, but it doesn't hit you.
Oké, I duck.
Yeah.
Screaming. Ah!
Yeah. Vita, you are very frail.
I know.
Just be careful.
I know.
Vaga. Oh yeah, workers. Workers are gonna run away. 1, 2,
Yes,
3,
back to the vineyard.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That one can make it all the way in there. That guard moves forward. Nou, nee.
Die zou het ook wel hebben.
Ja, die zijn toch
Hier zijn
via de weg.
20 foot cube means 20 foot squared, so it's 4 by 5.
20? No. A 20-foot cube is 20 feet. 20 feet. It's 4 by 4.
Oh, 4 by 4.
Ja, 4 by 4.
Als er een deel van zo'n beest in staat, telt het dan nog voor Fairy Fire?
Ja.
Oké. Want dan weet ik wel iets leuks om te doen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 2 of them. That is a full action, isn't it?
Ja.
So, as my action, I cast Fairy Fire
Mm-hmm.
on a cube centered right here. So that is 4, 4, 4, 4, meaning these two.
Yeah, both parts of them get hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones,
But also-
the butt of the ones glow up and
Yeah, the butts glow up.
the butts
So-
glow up. Yeah.
I'm now intensely concentrating on this effect.
Well, first we're gonna see if they get affected by it, because it's a dex save, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Dex save DC? 13, I assume.
Shit, deze. 12.
Number 1 fails, 2 succeeds.
The parts that number 1 are in the area glow bright blue.
Oh, okay. Bright blue. Meaning that attacks against that thing have advantage. The other one does not.
Everyone, hit that one!
Yes, please. It's in my face.
Don't you have like a sword or a hammer?
Kawakami.
Perhaps. I do.
I will move
I have a dagger and a
next to here
Mhm.
and attack them.
Okay. Go for it.
That's a beetje onhandig.
With advantage into the fairy fire, which is a natural 20.
Ooh, nice.
Nice! Oh! Teamwork!
Dat is 18. Plus,
It's not out yet, but
what is it? Plus, plus 3, dus dat is 21 damage.
okay.
A 6, a 6, a 5 and a 1.
Ik geloof je meteen. Yeah, just describe to me how you sushi. Vita impressed.
Sounds
I just
always crying. Thank you.
I run up to it and I just immediately just slash it from like bottom to top, just
Yeah.
with my great sword immediately.
Like the anime moment, you just only grab the hilt, it already takes 50 damage.
Yeah, I just do.
It just explodes in blood and gore.
Fun fact, that is the crit animation for a Swordmaster in the game of the music you're hearing right now. Just, they do...
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's completely made into sushi. So, the spell ends.
Bug sushi. Very high in protein.
And it's out!
And I think.
Which 8 damage.
That's basically what Taga is doing.
I think I can take like one more step to like more get
Yeah.
there, just in case something comes up from the other side.
Mm-hmm. Vita.
Well, I think she may have overcome the shock that these creatures are in fact very, very tall and dangerous. But killable, so that kind of motivates her. So I think she will keep standing where she's now, but she is going to cast, let's say, I don't know, Ice Knife on it, I think.
You could.
Yeah.
Well, make an attack roll.
Oh, that's 22.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Ooh.
Now, before you
That's
do
a good
the other part,
motivation.
it makes to make a dex save.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. And anything in 5 feet around it, but there's probably nothing.
It fails, so it takes extra damage.
What extra
The
damage?
2d6. So it takes 1.
Nog meer?
No, it's.
No.
Dit allemaal.
Oh, ik wou zeggen.
Het is 1d10
Oh,
piercing.
deed die 2d6 alleen als hij veelt.
Ja.
Ja.
Nou.
Dat is 18.
Okay, girls. Okay, yeah.
12 cold damage
I know, I know.
en 6 piercing.
All right. It takes 18. Immediately uses its reaction to just yoink, gets out of there.
Oh, back here. We were having fun.
Okay.
Slightly impressed.
Anything else, Vita? You see
other
it just
than-
disappear immediately. Like,
How does the wild magic work?
I almost forgot.
Oh.
It's a spell, so.
I think because it's a
Oh.
It's a level spell, yes.
That's a 1. It's gonna happen. Vita, please roll for me. Wild magic.
Ooh. Okay. That's a 2.
Roll this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute,
What?
ignoring this result on subsequent rolls.
Nog een keer, want ik...
Voor
Elke ronde moet je
Every round, wild magic triggers.
Oké.
voor een minuut lang. Dus 10 rondes achter elkaar.
Ja.
Oké. Is goed.
Dus deze blijft hier
Does it
even
mean if
liggen.
you cast another spell, it triggers twice on that?
Well, officially, if she casts a level spell, I roll. If
Yeah.
that's a 1,
It
wild
triggers.
magic triggers.
But-
now it always triggers.
So it can trigger twice.
What
If
kind
you
of
roll
trigger
a
is
1
that?
again.
Well,
It's,
ignoring this
uh,
result on subsequent
Yeah,
rolls.
I think it means if ignoring
Yeah.
another 2.
Yeah.
So-
But yeah, it could.
Kort gezegd, her magic is unstable. And because of the instability, it has unpredictable effects.
Yeah, the worst effect immediately triggered.
Yeah. And in general,
No, there's
Oh, that's
worse.
there is
That's
a
worse.
table,
There's worse, but there's also
With
a
like
chance
100
that
outcomes.
happens now.
and each time she casts a level spell, she had,
There's a 5% chance
Yeah.
to go wild magic.
and then you have to roll the d100, and whatever number it comes up, it shows up in the table, and that's the effect that happens.
This is
But now she rolled very unfortunate, which means that every turn she gets, it rolls automatically once.
at the start of her turns.
Yeah, so that can be positive, but it can mostly also be
Very negative.
At least for now, nothing happens.
yeah.
Let's stay optimistic for now.
Dat was Vita.
Dat was een tijd.
Dat zeggen we de volgende beurt ook. Dat
I
was.
guess.
Dat was Vita. Ik moet
Once she explodes and the entire
character.
vineyard is on fire.
Yeah.
Just like in her dream.
Dan moet je misschien je naam veranderen naar Morty. Van Mortis. Niet meer live.
Dus niet meer, niet meer Vitalia, maar een Vitalia.
Yeah, it can. It can reach. It's gonna
reaches.
pop out of the ground next to Rose and immediately sees red hair sparks up like
Oh no.
Ow!
claws. Does a 7 hit you?
Jeez.
That's naar je character sheet.
My character sheet.
I didn't think so.
Volgens mij.
Nee,
Nee.
it's
Minimum
Maar
minimum
het is-
AC is.
Het is voor haar wel handig om te
15.
weten.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Dat was de 15.
Yeah, so it does not.
It does
yeah,
not hit.
but it gets a second attack.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that is gonna hit because that's 19. That's 24. And that's gonna hit.
Yeah.
And then this dice. So,
So.
as it comes in, it strikes you. You surprise. Oh! It hits you in the side. You take 3 slashing damage, but then you feel also like a little acid burning in, which is 4 damage, so a total of 7.
Damage.
Dus je hebt 24 HP en daar gaat 7 vanaf.
Zeven.
but scratch.
Ja, meestal is het makkelijk om dan het huidige totaal te doen. Dus
Ja.
24 min 7 is 17.
17.
Now, you need to make a dex save to see if you become restrained. Because it's hitting you and...
Trying to grab you.
6 plus 2 is 8.
That's not enough, as in this case it grabs hold of your arm. You're now restrained. Restrained means that it's got you, and you know what happens if it holds on too long to you. It can drag you into the hole. So now your new allies over there, and especially Tolga, need to make sure that they hit the creature, otherwise it's going to drag you into the ground.
And I can do anything?
Well, on your turn, you can of course try to escape. So, your turn is...
After 3. This is 2.
Yeah, 3 is still hidden. So, now your turn is. What you can do is either attack it with... Do you have fire?
Not particularly.
You have Sacred Flame.
Yeah.
If you hit your Sacred Flame, I'll give it a roll for it. But, or you can just, like, try to attack it. Or you can try to break free. If you attack it with Eldritch Blast, it's with disadvantage. If you use Sacred Flame, it's just like normal. Or you try to break free.
Ja.
Try to break free.
Okay, make an acrobatics check.
I am so fucked.
That's very unfortunate.
Help! Anyone!
Oh dear.
Do you have a bonus, an action or something?
A bonus? I am currently panicking. Do I have a bonus?
Well, hold on. I need to quickly check.
Ik denk dat je... Ja. Misschien een spel die je kan casten.
This is, of course, your first time for this character, so I will help out a little bit. You could activate your wings.
I don't have them yet.
Yeah, you do. No, you have them. I'm telling you that you have them.
I'm telling. Yeah, okay. I was just having this trauma in my back of my head that I still don't have my wings. Okay.
In a moment of need, they appear to you. So, and this is definitely a moment of need.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, so then I wanna
Flutter away.
flutter a wing and try to break free again.
See. Well, the thing is that you're still grappled, but I will. Once it tries to take you down, I will give you advantage on resisting it. But you basically pop your wings. You can describe to me how they look.
They are light gold, smidge of rose red.
Ooh.
Shiny. Well, the others see this happening as well, but she's still grappled, so she's still stuck. But that's what I recommend you do. And once you're let go, you can actually fly around. But first it's Balga's turn. Who sees this happening?
dear Rose, that's not good.
That's not good.
I dropped the fairy fire because that's useless right now. Yeah, I'll cast magic missile on it.
Okay.
Some desperately fluttering.
Even kijken. 4d4, toch?
Hij is voor level 2.
Oh nee, wacht. Level 1 is 3d4?
Ja.
Ja, dan is het 3d4.
Ja, dat is te zwaar.
Oh, dat is jammer.
Shit.
Even kijken, dat is 8 plus 3 is 11.
11 damage. 11 damage. I didn't like that.
As 3 magical darts shoot at it to hit it.
Can't use this reaction now because it's grappling someone. So, anything else?
Nee, dat ik blijf even staan waar ik sta.
Kawakami.
Ik, red ik dat? Ik red het om hier te komen. En dan,
Slice.
yeah. I'll try and slice it again. 18.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. That's gonna hit.
5 damage.
Yeah.
Snake eyes in the dice.
Yeah. That's sometimes that happens.
Unfortunately.
Vita. Or do you do anything else?
I think I can't do anything else. I think.
You do see this creature pulling on the young woman that you see over there. And now you recognize, oh, that's one of the girls that also goes to the academy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I don't have any bonus actions that can be of use right now. So.
Yeah, only action drops. But
True.
it's up to you.
I'll leave it for this for now.
Okay. Vita.
Okay, well, let's see. 1, 2. And I think I'm going to cast Ray of Frost on it, because if it works, it also has minus 10 feet movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dat is 16.
That's gonna hit.
That's great. 1d8. Oh, ik heb te veel dobbelsteen. Ik zie heel veel verschil meer. Deze toch?
Ja.
5.
5 damage. It's 5 damage. It's not out yet.
I have 10 movement speed less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's its turn. It's gonna try to drag Rose underground. Because Rose is, well, she has the power of her wings. This is also a strength contest. So you get to roll at advantage, and I roll just normal. So make, in this case...
Hey, hold on.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah!
My turn.
Thank you. Because you play fair, and we appreciate someone playing fair, I will introduce how Cardic Inspiration works. So, Inspiration for me is just a flat bonus. You can just activate at any time. On any roll. Yeah. So, meaning that you don't have to reveal it to me. That number gets added to anything that you do.
Okay.
Whenever you activate it. Also damage. Also healing. Anything.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
Suddenly, you don't quite understand. Around you, the ground feels muddy and like the sand turns to mush. And the area around you is affected by grease. Doesn't do that much for you. It's not that much of a problem. But people can slip in the area centered around you.
How big is the area?
it does not affect her
Yeah, it does.
because it happened at the start of her turn.
Is deze dood?
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Yeah,
It happened at the start of her turn,
Yeah.
and then she moved.
yeah. Oh.
Is het, ik dacht end of...
Wait,
It's
what?
for
Start
my
of the turn.
start of the turn.
Because I didn't realize, I'll make it the end of the turn right
Yeah.
now. But that area, if you move in it, let me
a dex
quickly
save,
check. It's a dex save where you fall prone.
Just like in Baldur's Gate.
Ja, de grap van is ook zo grappig allemaal.
Also, be careful with fire.
Oh, right.
Officially, that's not a thing, but
It's very flammable, right?
it's
It
very
is
flammable.
grease, technically.
True, but the official grease spell doesn't have any rulings for that. That's typically something that people add for fun. In this case, I'm not gonna punish you harder if that happens. So the answer is no.
Okay.
But we can talk about it in the future if you as a player do it.
To be fair, it's grease. It's not an oil spill.
Yeah, there is officially no rule for it. Baldur's Gate just added it for fun. But
No,
it's
fair enough.
something that's typically added, but in this case it would literally kill you. So let's not.
Probably good.
We appreciate someone playing fair. So
Uh,
yeah. Roll with advantage your strength check.
Okay, so
And I roll
just
once.
a question. Is it the first time I experience my wings in time of need?
Do you want it to be?
That would be cool.
Even above game. Omdat je level 3 bent, heb je gewoon die ability. Dat is gewoon zo. Jij mag voor mij bepalen of dit de eerste keer is dat je het ervaart. Because this is a moment of great need for you. So it's your choice.
Zou thematisch wel mooi zijn.
Ja,
Ja.
daarom. Ja, ja. First time.
Sure, then the first time that you realize that you have them. So roll with advantage on your strength check.
Yeah, it's fun. Oh. Yeah, fuck. Let go of me, filthy creature.
2 keer.
2 keer.
Ja.
18. With advantage
Yeah,
Dus
-1. So
Minus
17.
17. That's better than 7.
16. So you win. So it can't move you. It's stuck.
does it still move or
Oh,
let go?
It's trying to pull her, and in this case, it's not going to be able to move her. So it keeps holding on to
Oh,
her.
keeps holding.
Yeah.
On. Okay.
But it doesn't let go.
Yeah.
Let go. Okay.
So
Doesn't let go. Let me see.
as in pain, I'm starting to feel more like, oh shit, I can get out of this.
Yeah, it can still do that. It's still gonna, like in this case, like lift up a few of its legs, and like you see, like van die gaten, and it's gonna acid spray you. So you may need to make a dex save from the side.
Nice.
Unpleasant
Zo recht in je face.
Yeah.
Dex
And I,
19.
Yeah, you
And-
succeed.
theme-wise, I'm just also going for like, Talga, little help.
Yes, I'm getting on it, but suddenly this woman next to me sprays grease everywhere.
I'm sorry! I
It's
don't know
half,
what I'm
so it's
doing.
only 6 acid damage.
No, it's very clear that you don't know what you're doing.
Like, yeah, you don't want to know which orifice it came from, but it's 6 acid damage.
It's already bad enough that it came from an orifice.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure, why not?
I don't like it.
3 is, in this case, going to pop up, and it pops up from an existing hole, not realizing that it was greased. So it comes into the grease effect, and sure, I'll give it a check if it falls prone.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I don't know exactly how this happens, but sure. What happens is that it rises up, this grease is just all around it, thick, like glittering on the hole that it made. And because I rolled a fucking 1, it is now prone in its own hole. So it's kind of like it's sticking out. So I'll give it advantage if you try to hit it.
Interesting.
It's still gonna try to attack because it's gonna come up and it's, well, now it's prone, so it has disadvantage. Why am I doing this to myself? Nee, het gaat acid spray doen op jullie 2. Dus allebei een dex saveje.
Ga ik niet achter?
Ja, dus.
Daarom.
Oh.
3.
Failure.
Elf.
That's also a failure. So
I am not happy with what I'm seeing here. Holding on.
because it's like it's in a very frustrating position right now, and well, because it falls over, the mouth is very close to both of you, and it just spews out acid, and it's 10 acid damage.
Each?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oeh.
Dan gaan we temp HP. Even kijken. Ik ben...
I am close to dying.
You better get out of there.
How much health do you have? Oh, yeah, I only have 20. Okay.
Okay.
That's me.
Yeah, it can't do anything else, it lies prone. Rose, the same applies. You can try to Sacred Flame or try to break free.
Yeah.
Or blast it.
I would suggest hurting it.
Blast, as in Eldritch Blast.
Ja, maar dat is met
see.
disadvantage.
Ja, nee.
Misschien.
Misschien moet je even hier kijken. As you can see here,
Yeah.
It's blood.
1/2, it's bloodied. And you can see the difference in colors. So this one is more red than the other. Or this one is more red than this one. But you can keep an eye on its health a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty
close to damage.
orange-red, so it's pretty damaged.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take much for it to go down.
So I would suggest you use Sacred Flame on it.
Alright. It's just as fiercely as I can, flap my wings and use Sacred Flame.
Unfortunately, I succeed.
Dang it.
It's a natural 20. So your spell does not have any effect on it.
Mhm.
Do you do anything else?
Do I do anything else?
You're still grappled by it,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Trying to break free then.
You can't do that anymore. I suggest with your bonus action that you either heal one of your friends or heal Kawakami. Well, heal anyone.
Me, please.
Can I do that in my position?
Of course
Yes.
you can.
If you have a healing word.
I'm sort of occupied.
But you can
But
still
you're
do that.
also a helper, and you see someone injured.
Very injured.
Very injured
Very.
at this point.
So
I'm
That-
struggling.
you still have a
I see a
self-sacrificing.
fellow dainty lady. It's cool.
Yeah, she's
Fellow.
very dainty and
You do
bleeding.
not know me. I do not go to the same school as you do.
No, you
Yeah.
do know the
But
other
that's
two.
it.
But
Oh.
I do look rough right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just see someone desperately hanging on to the balance of life. So I would suggest that you go look for...
This one, the healing light?
that is an ability.
Yeah.
To heal wounds.
Net zo clumsy als Vita.
As a bonus action, as a bonus action, you can heal any creature that you see within 60 feet, spending dice from your pool.
Mm-hmm.
Er staat niet per se bij dat het een bonus action is.
Oh, yeah, okay, but it's a bonus action, so you can do this now. So you have, you choose to spend. Even kijken.
4 dice, if I'm correct, in total, but 3
Yeah.
in 3 in one row. Oh.
Exactly. So you can choose 1, 2, or 3 to heal her up.
How bad is she?
I have 6 hit points left.
It's... I don't want to be a rule spoiler, but it's on touch.
That is
Don't ruin this for me.
As a bonus action, you can heal 1 creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Je hebt het over healing hand. Zij heeft 2 dingen. Zij heeft de Celestial Hand en ze heeft Healing Light.
Oh, oké. Ik was een
Twee
healing light
dingen.
aan het lezen. Nou, sorry. Ik ben
very well. It's this was the 3rd one, right? Oh, there's still 2 left. I think I'm gonna just go for 2 dice then, so that you can spread the healing out if they need it.
2d6 plus het warlock level dan.
Yeah,
No, just 2d6. Oh, geen Warlock level bij.
yeah. I was just, despite my pain and struggle, I see someone very hard trying to help, but being mortally wounded.
And also kind of like noticing a weird sparkling effect around her. Because your magic, your magic side is still on, and you sense just a rainbow of colors above her head.
Yeah.
Very odd.
This is interesting and in need.
Yes.
Okay. 2 and 4. So that'd be 6
6.
healing
Thank you.
points. Anytime.
Okay. Now we move on.
Wait.
Helga.
Okay.
That is a good question. No, Thalga would be more inclined to hit the one that's still holding on to her friend.
Yeah.
So I would take aim with my crossbow. Well, I don't allow. Team.
No. Sorry.
I take at least a step outside of the
You
crease.
move inside of the scree square.
I know, but I move outside of it, so I still will need to do my save, but at least I'm not in
Yes.
it anymore.
Make your save.
Dex was het toch?
Ja. En wat is jouw spel DC? 13.
13 volgens mij, ja.
21.
Okay.
Ooh,
No,
that's
you're
better.
fine. You're fine.
Maybe like my armor just slightly with magical boost. Project me a little bit above the ground.
With the fire. Yeah.
Magical boost, so it's not fire.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
yeah, it's
Yay!
It's an Iron Man, so it's more like an energy blast, right?
So it would be very effective to kill the Ankek.
Mm-hmm. No.
Unfortunately, you would have to write a new character.
Session 1. Oh, I know would be very.
The twin sister is fine.
Yeah.
I
Just copy paste.
I know would
magical
be.
effect.
I know would be very mad. But
So Talga didn't do very much what she wanted to do. But hey,
okay, go.
It's, I'm just bit of sighing in my.
Talga! I'm sorry.
You serious?
I should have chosen more bonus action abilities.
Kawakami.
Nee, ik rolde gewoon heel erg laag.
Naomi, eigenlijk. Ik zal
Yes.
Naomi doen.
Nomi.
Yeah, that's fine.
And strangely, in this whole mess, I am also in sort of a slight triumph. That's like, yes, my mother was wrong. I did get my wings.
And then a buck of chicken wings.
seeing Rose still grappled and hearing the screams of acid damage behind me, I will, as a bonus action, use Fighting Spirit. As a bonus action, you can give yourself advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of the current turn and give yourself 5 temporary HP.
Nice.
So I'll add 5 temp HP. And I will slash the one in front of me. Or not. 13.
14, like I said.
That's very unfortunate.
I'll action search.
Good.
Yeah, it's 16 plus something.
Yeah. Your first hit.
For 8 slashing damage.
Describe that to me. How do you finish?
How is she grappled?
She's grappled by, in this case, one big pincher that is kind of like holding on to her while she's just with her wings.
I will aim for that and just slash it off like I was like decapitate, but that's a head. Dismember it, and sort of in the same motion, just slash back down on top of it.
Like immediately, like you are just being flung back, and and now you're hovering in the sky, and you beautifully finish that.
Yes. And I will move. I'll attempt to move next to.
Oh, you enter the crease.
Yes. Dex save, right?
Yeah.
5.
Yay! And you slip and you fall.
I curse.
Nice to meet you, Peter.
I'd never.
In in Dwarvish.
Oh my.
Oh, Oh, that's a very creative idiom.
Yeah, and
Do we all speak?
I've heard Grandpapa say it previously.
yeah, I think you all do. But yours is a more northern accent, of course, because you are more from the northern region, and it's this more northern,
More Scottish.
more Scottish, and down south is more American. I don't know. I thought you
More
were
British.
Cop-
Well,
Whatever.
the name for my
Posh.
home
Posh.
is
Yeah.
Persian, so
Persian,
Iranian. But I
Arabian.
can't do a Persian accent.
Nee.
It's a bit too specific.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Naomi? On the ground?
No. I mean, not much I can do. I use 2 actions. And the bonus action. And so, I am... I sort of just... I feel a little... I channel my inner Vita and I just fall down next to you.
Channeling the inner
It's a
Vita.
wonder she's still standing. Oh god.
You're
Oh,
just
no.
standing there, everything is going to shit about you. And you're like,
Oh,
Oh no.
it is toch niet to
you
cast
wanna know?
fireball on her.
No.
No, it's worse.
it's worse?
No. Well, it's funny.
Is she turning herself into a sheep?
No!
77. You cast polymorph on yourself, failing the saving throw, and turning yourself into a sheep.
This is the most Vita thing ever.
I only have a mouse. I don't have a sheep meaning. So suddenly,
I'm sorry, but you're a sheep now, so you have to meh.
Meh.
It's just flying up there. It's like
Wait,
what?
so
Can I still use my movement?
polymorph is a concentration spell.
Yeah.
right?
yeah, but it breaks after 2 turns.
2 turns!
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
so it's not like she can consciously drop concentration.
No. It drops after 2 turns.
Absolutely hilarious.
I love this character so much.
Okay, Vita.
We're only one session in.
Literally, this is literally the first time I've played with a wild magic sorcerer.
Okay, so you are now a sheep.
I am now
Are
a
you
sheep.
gonna attack it, or are you
Can
gonna?
I attack it?
Yes, of
I
course.
mean, I can stomp on it, I guess.
Okay.
Headbutt it like a goat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I already looked up sheep because I knew that there was a chance, and you can add +4.
+4!
And-
Okay.
And it's advantage.
It's advantage because it's a melee attack on a prone enemy.
Oh my god.
The only downside is that it's healthy. If this was very bloody, she could kill it as a sheep.
Nice.
That would be the
Oh, that's a
moment.
natural 20!
Whatever, just go for it.
This is the moment of the section right here.
Okay,
What-
hold
what-
on.
what-
What
what-
do
yeah,
je...
Wat
Wat
moet
doe
je
je?
denken? Een D6 of een D4?
D4 of D6?
D6.
Huh?
26?
That's a strong sheep.
Yeah.
You should do this more often.
Meh.
8 damage.
God.
Dus?
Ja, +1. Plus
9.
Dus
Plus 10. 10 damage.
10 sheep damage.
I am furious now.
Angry sheep.
You found your purpose in life.
I found my purpose in life. I would make a good sheep.
God.
That attack
Do
was
I-
definitely not meh.
Why?
I think he
I
just
don't know how-
freaks out a very angry Baah and then just headbutts him.
Like one of the eyes glow up. Okay, because it's prone.
Can I...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
As a free action, can I just do this on the wall?
Yeah, sure. Sure, good sheep. Okay, because it started its turn prone, it cannot use its reaction, so it's just gonna try to grovel up.
Do I still have movement? Can I use movement?
Well, now, quickly. If you want to move now, decide now, but you're gonna get an opportunity.
I want to get out of the grease circle.
Oké, loop maar. Maar dan moet je eerst even een dex save succeeden. Even een dex save succeeden.
Ja. Oh, ja, nee, dat gaat niet hoor.
Nee, dus dan val je helaas prone. Maar je hebt mazzel. Maar het is een soort van mazzel en pech, want je krijgt anders zou je een opportunity tag gekregen hebben.
Ja.
Which
Ja,
could
maar
have
dat is waarom
actually...
ik het nu vraag.
Precies, want het zou eigenlijk je kunnen hebben geholpen, want dan zou je uit je polymorph gekikt worden, maar het is even hoe het is. Oké, the creature is gonna get up. Ja, it sees delicious sheep now.
Oh dear.
Well, you are prone, so it has advantage.
Oh no.
Yeah, the AC of a sheep is not 17, so it's gonna try to... Well, the thing is that you take the damage and then then you need to succeed on grappling. So if it deals more than 4 damage, you turn back.
If I'm prone, can I use my reaction?
If you are within 5 feet of the creature, right?
Within 5 feet of her.
Yeah. Well, the thing... Oh yeah, no, she fell here prone, because you fall prone on the square where you move. So yes, you are.
Then I would like to intercept it.
And what does intercept do here?
When a creature you can see hits a target other than you within 5 feet of you with an attack, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage the target takes by 1d10 plus 2 to a minimum of 0 damage.
Okay. Because there's no rule for that, I will reduce the damage, but I will also allow you to use your sword to perhaps intervene the grapple. So I'll give you advantage on the grapple check. So how much damage is it going to get reduced?
12.
Yeah, then I don't need to roll. I can't deal 12 damage! How much does that reduce?
A d10 plus 2. I roll a 10.
Okay, so you just use the blade and you just completely block the attack.
Like the pincer just clings on the metal and it's like, why isn't this working?
I sort of like am prone and I just barely lift my sword up. So.
This is interesting because technically speaking, action says the target takes damage and then it becomes grappled, but you didn't take any damage. So are you then grappled?
No.
No, then
I can
it would
still
grapple.
do this.
Because there's no
It
damage.
can't reach me.
Yeah. Okay, then sure, you don't need to make your save.
All
Just
right.
a delicious sheep. And
No,
you just...
it's a scared.
Okay. We are.
A very girly sheep.
Yeah. Okay. However,
Very high-pitched.
it still has second attack, so it's then just gonna move to you because then it realizes, okay, it can't. You are also prone, so I get advantage. Oh my god, 14. My poor Ankijk is not having a day in the grease. Yeah, it's gonna try to move, but because it moves, it triggers the dex save. So... Nee, dat succeed, want dat is 14.
Option attack with disadvantage.
Ja.
Maar nee, ik kan het trouwens nu. Ik heb reaction. Ik heb een reaction.
Nee, heb je reaction gebruikt.
Maar
It's gonna
she
dig
can.
into the ground.
She can.
Ja. Maak maar een disadvantage opportunity attack.
19?
Nee, 9.
Oh, sorry, 19. Ja, het is het van. Sorry, 9.
Nee, dan mis je. It digs underground. Rose! You're finally free and you can fly!
Ja, een soort of een beetje onevenwichtig aan het vliegen. Maar omdat het ineens... Ja, het kan ook. Alleen ik ben wel aan mijn zij gewond. Dus
Ja.
het is van... en onervaren en gewond. Maar ik ben er. Dus van jee, auw.
And you just witnessed a whole incident.
Something happened.
Something happened.
This is exactly the moment like, okay,
What the
that
fuck?
happened.
What the
A
fuck?
whole incident, yeah.
Yeah.
No, if I were told this, no one would believe me.
Who is this?
Being a scribe mind, dus van they will make a story. What is going on?
Like your book, just like the circles just glow up for some reason because this is a story worth.
Something like that. Well, there's no monster visible at the moment.
No.
You can prepare it and attack again if it comes up.
Yes.
Already.
Or you can heal someone.
Or I can heal.
Well, you can do both actually.
No.
Oh no.
Well, unless it's...
No, because it requires your reaction to then afterwards trigger. So you can bonus action then and ready. So
Yeah.
you could.
If you're ready in action and use a bonus action, I think that could work.
Well, you use your bonus action first and then your action to ready.
Yeah.
So you want to heal someone.
I want to heal someone. This is a one big mess. And
Kawakami?
A greasy mess.
a very greasy
A
mess.
sticky, greasy mess.
Talga or Kawakami? Talga or Kawakami?
Yeah.
Because right now you're a sheep, so the sheep HP actually is over your current HP.
I think
Oh,
Talga.
right. It's like one
I
shot.
think Talga's more on the advantage because she's out of the grease area
She's
and
also more hurt.
standing.
Yeah.
More hurt?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
I'm doing fine, but I am hurt more than you are.
I
yeah.
only lost 6 health.
And you are.
She's
Pizza is.
technically on
She's
full
technically
health.
full health. You can't heal her.
I am a
Well, you can try, but it
I'm
doesn't work.
you're a sheep.
I'm
Yeah.
a sheep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna
Thank you.
focus on Talga and
Healing light?
healing lights.
Then 1d6 or 2d6?
Depends on what. Just what?
1 is goed.
Okay.
Ligt eraan als ze 1 rolt niet.
Nee, maar...
There's nothing that prevents
Don't
her
jinx
from,
it.
There's nothing that prevents her from rolling one die and then deciding to roll the second one.
2.
Ja,
That's not.
ik vind het... Ja, ik denk dat we die andere misschien nog wel nodig hebben als het niet helemaal gaat zoals we willen. Snap
Op
je?
een ander moment bedoel je?
Ja.
Ja,
hou maar even
precies.
vast.
Dus ik pak die 2 lekker en dan vind ik het alweer even goed.
Oké. En dan heb ik mijn bonus action healing light gedaan.
Ja.
En dan I'm readying my action to attack. I have a question.
Yes.
If that beast pops up again, is it vulnerable for sound?
There is not really any... Well, thunder damage is sound damage, but this creature is not vulnerable to sound. But it could be attracted by sound. What do you want to do?
Attracted, but because our 2 new possible friends are prone, and I'm in the air. Yeah, I'm
alert to you.
Yes.
What you could do is fly over to that visible hole over there and cast something to draw its attention. You could do that. And then it will pop up there.
They'll be grappled again. Perhaps, hopefully not.
I roll for if it does.
Well, I'm not grappled anymore at the moment. So no
Zet je er
flying
maar boven.
above.
Yeah.
I am flying above it, and hello.
How do
You're
you
right.
make... Do you have a cantrip? Do you have something that can make lots of noise?
The cantrip will be a thunderclap. That will make noise.
Yeah, that
Definitely make
That
noise.
will definitely make a lot of noise. Let me see. Thunderclap. Oh yeah, that will definitely make a lot of noise. Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna have fun clapping my hands down into the ground.
Like in the ground.
Happy and with clap your hands.
It just gets shaken out of its poor hole.
Make an Arcana check for me.
$19 plus.
If you uncack and you know clap your hands.
Ja, zie je boven. Dat is een
Nou,
plus
just
0. Dus
19.
19.
19 is still going to be enough as you then hear from below. Yeah, it's gonna come up there, which is actually in your advantage because then it doesn't pop up there or someone else, so it's gonna be away from the others. Smart. Olga.
Talga sees this happening. Thank you for the healing.
You're welcome, my friend.
She's...
Also sees her friends flying.
It's unusual, but not the weirdest thing I've seen today.
Nope.
Talga is smart enough to understand what you're trying to do, so she readies her action to cast magic missile as soon as a dirty little bug pops out.
Okay.
And just
Nice.
stands on the ground.
Okay, Naomi.
I'll stand up.
Well, that's movement. So,
That is half my movement.
yeah.
And then I'll move towards the hole.
Yeah, deck save first. Still greasy. I'm very sorry.
Ik zie gewoon zo'n slapstickfilm. Kijk voor je het opnemen en glijdt gelijk uit.
Of gewoon net als zo'n paper, weet je, dat je gewoon
Of-
zo en dan meteen...
Of inderdaad, ja, je hebt van die mudfight bikini babes. Nee. But yeah.
Okay, from now on, we're mudfight bikini babes.
Okay, sure. Okay, this has happened.
Then instead, slightly frustrated, somewhere I have a small light crossbow, and I'll just let go of my weapon. I'll just lay down,
Okay.
just aim at the hole,
Yeah,
and see if it comes out.
Yeah, I know. That is dan zometeen wel met disadvantage.
Yeah, weet ik maar. But I can't get to the hole, so I have to do something.
Vita! Wild magic!
What does it say?
Maximize the damage of the next damaging spell or attack you do within the next minute.
So max damage.
So you just do max damage.
If you hit.
If you hit.
Spell.
But that's the first in the next minute.
Spell or attack.
But in a minute.
And
The
this
next
is
minute.
this is the second round
Yeah.
of her
Or the
sheepiness.
third one.
No, this is the second round. So
Yeah.
after this
Second.
round it ends.
Yeah, after
Yeah.
this round.
So after your turn, it ends.
Well, it doesn't say, so I'm
Or
going
at
to
the
rule it
beginning
as...
of my next turn.
I would assume at the beginning of the next turn, because then the wild magic effect triggers again. This whole
Yeah.
thing is
1
wild magic.
minute is 10 rounds.
Yeah.
So that effect would still be active the moment you turn back into a human.
And for 9 rounds more.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, yeah, what do you do?
Try to get out of the grease. I'm also very confused.
Yeah, just make it
why
that same.
everyone is suddenly
And
taller
why-
than me, and why am I fuzzy all of a sudden?
Why are you on 4 legs?
Why am I on 4 legs?
Why am I
Yes.
itchy and covered in grease and sticking all?
11?
Ja, dat is niet genoeg voor je eigen safety. I'm so sorry. Slash not sorry.
I just see this sheep next to me just stand up and it's doing exactly the same.
Do you do anything else?
No, I can't do anything else.
No, so I'm very sorry.
You can man frustration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like a free action. I would like to man.
Volgens mij in Baldur's Gate heb je echt een meh optie.
Ja, dat bij Ethel. Bah.
Okay.
Bah.
Yeah, Bob. Okay, well, number 3 is indeed gonna come up, and
Ik ga nog
If
wel
only,
wat
if only,
doen.
if only I had speak with animals.
I make the assumption that Rose
That
would
would just
fly
be
up a
screaming.
little bit, just not to get hit.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so, because otherwise you would get in. Otherwise, you would get into attack range, and I assume that Rose is intelligent enough not to do that with her new wings.
Definitely. And I didn't enjoy being grappled either.
So, what happens in this case that this creature pops up from underneath you. It can't get to you. It's on that square, but it's makkelijker. But yeah, triggered actions go off.
Target of the magical boom. 2.
14.
Mijn nu ook? Meteen?
Nee, want jij hebt je distraction gebruikt.
Oh jee.
9 damage.
Also, because I think that's interesting. You rolled. Oh nee, je hebt. Oké, je had met disadvantage gerold, hè?
Ja. Een 18 en een 10. Dus dat is
Oké.
plus 4 is 14.
Is goed, want eigenlijk zou ik dan gezegd hebben dat het advantage had, maar. Want, kijk, zij heeft hem afgeleid.
Ja.
En is
Ja, ik hit sowieso.
Ja.
Het enige, als ik een 20 had gehad, was die crit.
Dus,
hoeveel
wat
damage?
zeg ik nou? Ja, 3 plus 2 plus 1 is 6 plus 3 is 9 damage. Force.
Een 4 voor mij.
Is 13 damage.
Not out yet. Even die 4'tje rollen. It's gonna try, in this case, it's gonna form this sack here. Deck save.
From its sack. It's acid bladder.
Wat de dek stond bovenaan. Dus
Yeah.
that would be 12.
That is not a success. That's a failure.
Ooh.
I'm already hurt.
I'm a sheep, so.
It's 7 acid.
Ladies, it's not a competition.
It's 7. It's 7 acid
Is it?
damage. It's 7 acid damage as it's like.
Back down to 10.
Okay.
Still holding on.
Yeah, she is a flying tank mom, so.
Which is a
Freaking
very
heck.
weird concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are, in this
especially
case,
being the personality I am.
Just to confirm, at the end of the turn, all these have escaped.
Yeah, figured.
like that guard is probably distracting. Perhaps there's another one that he's dealing with. Doesn't matter. We're moving on.
Or he's just standing there and watching in awe.
Watching is
They've got
all.
it covered, that's fine.
Where am I hurt now exactly?
How long is the grease stay for?
Wherever you want.
Wherever I want.
I would
Yeah.
assume that you get a
Get those
direct
grease
hit.
cells.
all
The
over
direct
you.
hit.
I've seen the sheep
On the
twig
same
runners.
side as the side
Yeah.
shoulder.
Tolga.
Is Rose niet erbij? Nou, goed, kijk.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Rose, your
Okay,
turn.
my turn.
You got hit, but you
I'm-
still have the ability to do something. Maybe
I-
blast it in an eldritch way.
I would recommend that as well.
Yes. I'm getting frustrated and as well, so just gonna get off.
Yeah.
It's, in the calm.
Do you want to Eldritch Blast it?
Kind of calm manner.
Do you want to Eldritch Blast?
Yes.
Well, then why don't you go for that?
D20
This-
Rose, you could do something.
Wait.
plus 5.
Plus 5, just that's 15.
Okay. Well, you've already hit it. What you could have done, and I will still allow you, you could hex it and then Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Because
That was the bad luck thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, then in this case, I will allow you to just quickly do it. What is the curse that you put upon it?
What's the curse? Can I say that the curse is that it has a 50% more chance to miss
Oh, no, sorry.
or something?
Your hex is you place a curse upon it, and
Yeah.
you deal extra damage to it.
That's
Oh.
the effect of the
And,
curse.
but yeah, you choose the
Yeah, you also
So-
choose. You choose a statistic.
A
So
statistic.
yeah, so you can choose that it has less strength, less dex, less of the others.
Oh.
So
yeah.
one of your stats.
One of those 6 stats.
I would recommend that you put it in strength because they use strength to grapple. So
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a brute monster, anyways. So
Yeah.
I would have chosen that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
but what do you say to curse it?
What do I say to curse it? Does it have to be a normal word?
Whatever you want. It's your curse.
Yeah.
Bitch. Acid bitch. Whatever you want. You rotten apple.
You're grounded, hon.
You're grounded, huh? And then you Eldritch Blast
Yeah.
it. And then now that you've hit it, you actually deal extra damage to it. So roll a 1d10 plus a 1d6.
So this hit.
So this new wing thingy does something to my good
Well,
feeling of.
yeah.
You're very confident. Nu pak je een D10 en een D6.
Okay. Da 18.
Dat is die.
Ja.
En een D6.
En een D6.
En die rol je. En dat resultaat doe je aan damage.
That will be 3.
Ja, dat is niet super hoog, maar het is damage.
Damage is damage. It's not out yet, unfortunately. Anything else of Rose? Do you move?
Would that be a wise thing? Can he reach me?
Right now he can't, but he can't attack you with melee.
but he can't spray. I would recommend that you move a little bit away so that you don't get sprayed again.
Yes. So then I'm moving away, sort of like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it can't reach you so far.
And then I can still do stuff, but he can do stuff to me.
Right.
Sort of.
Yeah. And now it's Talga's turn.
I load another bolt.
No.
I'm sorry, Talga.
I really need to work on this mechanism.
+1 error. Iets-aan.
More oil. Kan ik nog iets anders doen?
There's
Ja,
enough grease on the ground.
ik heb al
None of us are having a good day.
No.
Ja, heeft het zin? Gaan we nog iets anders doen? Ik cast nog een keer, want dat kan ik. Ik kan nog een keer mijn Arcane Armor casten, dat ik +3 temp HP heb.
10 HP is 10 HP.
Dat zal natuurlijk.
Naomi.
I'm gonna try again.
Roll.
Nope.
Unbelievable.
That was a 2.
How long does the grease last?
Grease lasts a minute.
Oh god.
And it requires no concentration of the original caster.
How long can a minute last?
A minute is 10 rounds of combat, and we are on 3. 4. 4 for that one, yeah.
4 things. Then I'll just try again with another bolt with disadvantage.
Go for it, Queen.
Double sixes, so no.
Nope, I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
No, it's not.
Woo! It's my turn again.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
If I fall prone, I lose the rest of my movement, right?
Yeah.
So.
First
Yeah,
the effect,
now you.
then I turn back.
No. First the effect on you ends, and then the thing goes off.
Okay.
Immediately, but new sheep.
Bloop! It's me again.
No sheep, sheep.
Yeah.
Oh no.
For the next minute, every time that you speak, you must shout. In character.
Alright. What? Well, I turn back and I just start screaming.
I mean, honestly, that is perfect because she was a sheep for like 12 seconds, probably shouting internally, and now she is no sheep, but just shouts immediately.
Just constant screaming.
Thematically, it's perfect.
Sure.
So. What you want to do?
First, I'd like to get up. Or at least try and get up.
I throw a
Shoot
very
it.
concerned look at you in your direction.
I am also very concerned and confused. Yes. Okay, first I'd like to get up.
Yeah.
Hier een dex save rollen.
Only if you move.
Well,
If you stand up.
he ruled that if you stand up.
Yes, standing up is also movement.
It's a 19.
Yeah, you can get up, and then you can get out.
And I will get out. I will definitely get out. And while screaming, just... what is this? I cast, I think...
Can I cast detect
Firebolt.
magic?
You already have it active.
We already have the
Firebolt.
minute. So I'm looking in her direction and sensing this
that's
wild
23.
magic thing, and
And it's back
And
then.
it's max damage, so 23 hits and that's max damage.
So it's 10 fire damage.
10 fire damage.
so I'm
It just.
Yeah, just tell me how you
Incinerate.
ignited. Sorry.
So
No, you go ahead.
okay. So I have this sensing magic thing, and it's in your direction. It's like freaking hey, that's wild magic.
Yeah, it's just like fireworks and everything.
Yeah.
Now describe to
And
me how
now-
you barbecue it,
Yeah.
because you 10 is 10.
Yeah, while screaming, oh, what was this? What is happening? I just, out of
Panic.
pure panic, just whoosh, firebolt the thing, and it just, it incinerates on the spot.
We have sushi and we have barbecue now.
Okay, so
We have-
it is
we have
taken out.
everything for-
Unfortunately, we're not done yet, because your effect still goes off 6 more times. So, for the minute. So we stay in combat, and everybody can just decide what to do because
Run,
effects are.
run.
Effects are gonna go off.
Tolga is just standing next to the screaming woman
Well,
that for a
this is
brief
gonna be
moment
very-
before was ashamed. And she's like, what is going on?
My first thing that I would do in my next turn, since there's no more enemies, I'm gonna crawl out.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Because I failed twice, and I'm like, I'm not gonna try again. I'm
You're
just gonna
like
crawl.
covered in this greasy mud everywhere.
I just take 2 crossbow bolts and just like this, just
Oh my god. Okay.
and then send it.
Yeah. Okay, this is definitely a curse of Cursebreakers.
I love
Okay.
this.
Okay, how far do you move? How far do you move?
All your characters now wild magic.
Okay, so we're just gonna quickly handle this. I assume everybody else is just going to get out of range.
Definitely.
Yes.
Okay,
Please do.
then
But
we're just
I
gonna
am-
roll.
I'm already out of range, right?
Yeah, you're fine.
You will just float there staring at all this unfolding like what?
Okay, roll
Yeah.
1.
Am I a sheep again? Oh no!
Die uitdrukking ook.
What does it say?
Yeah. You're gonna stay in initiative. Because
Did
from
I
another
just-
dimension.
Oh, I
Okay, this is a big model, but it's a basic Modron, and that appears, and well,
What's the devil?
a
Screaming intensifies.
like it appears interesting to you. A strange creature from another dimension with all kinds of like cogs around you. Just, hello, master. How can I assist you?
Wait, what?
Screaming intensifies. Who are you? What are you?
Master, I'm here to help.
Make it stop, please.
What's going on? Crying at this point.
Effect 5.
Totally everything out of
Effect
control.
5. This thing disappears after a minute, but effect 5. Oh my god. The second one appears! Hello, master! How can I assist you today?
Surrounded
And
by
tall guy's like, oh my goodness, please make an intelligence check.
Save me.
Advantage!
Advantage. Gewoon int check, ja? 11 plus 2 is 4.
These kinds of creatures were mentioned in your research notes as kind of like dwarven ancient guardians from long ago from a realm called Nidavellir.
Oh, I must have one.
Effect 6.
I must have one. Hoe zegt je dat hardop zo? Dus
Yeah.
I sort of roll my eyes and of course.
Well, I assume that you don't do that, but you could. You basically get lightning breath for, one time. But I assume
Considering she's shouting.
you're basically
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
shouting and you're just there's like sparks coming out of your breath, so it doesn't do anything.
Immediately,
Like
I take another step back.
Yes.
It's like,
that. Effect 7. Effect 7. It's still the same as this. Yeah, that's the shouting one. So you're shouting even harder. Effect 8.
or just add a minute to the duration.
Top of my lungs.
Just adds another minute.
Yes.
Can I
yes.
fly a bit higher and just go like this?
Effect 8.
Or maybe you just do your wings like
Then I'm falling!
Yeah.
Effect 8. My god. Oh, I get to decide. You just teleport on top of the roof. This step.
Screaming stops for a second, then continues. Further on.
Oh no, it's good.
Oh my goodness, this is too much fun. Okay. Would you attack one of those things? I assume not.
No.
Okay. Basically, 5 darts appear above you, and you would cast Magic Missile if you want to, but I assume you're not going to hit anything.
No. Just randomly, they randomly disappear in the...
And the final effect.
fireball.
Please don't. Oh. You get an eye on top of your head.
No!
And for the next minute, you have advantage on perception checks.
That's great because my perception sucks.
And, well, in this case, after 1 minute, all the chaos, all the wild energy just disappears all around you. And, well, those creatures still remain there, but at least the chaos around you ends.
Yeah. And at least they see you as their master.
Are you okay up there?
I think
You need some help?
because of the third eye, my vision becomes unfocused for some bit, except when I focus on it, and then I think I fall off the roof.
Well, I would.
I stop screaming and I just fall off the roof.
I'm just. You're up there. I'm like. Do you need any help? Or you just decide to just fall off the roof, or ignore me?
I think I try to take a step to just kind of process what is happening and slip and kind of just roll off the roof and into the bushes. Crimson just decided this is the end and just keep laying there face first.
One of those mechanical machineries is like, Master, are you alright? And, well, I assume this takes 30 seconds. Oh, time's up. Goodbye, Master. I hope to ever see you again. No, go back. Oh. And the other one?
I think you just hear slight groaning out of the bushes, like, what is this? Is this for real? Did this really happen? Oh.
You okay?
No. Well, did this just really happen, or did I just get hit in the head?
After another 30 seconds, you gracefully notice that the wings start to flicker and they kind of gracefully put you back onto the ground. And then you just hear one thing. Well done, my chap.
Something I don't usually hear anymore.
Oof. Okay, what's happening?
Quiet.
I'm just laying in the bushes deciding that this is my end.
I'm gonna approach you and try and comfort you first.
I think
and
we all
help you
convene at this poor unfortunate soul.
Yes.
Help me.
Yeah. So I think I'm not walking very steady, but I'm coming.
All three of you, well, you are at an academy for Cursebreakers. And then in your first year, you focus mostly on the basic skills that you already have. But it almost feels as if this girl has a curse.
Have you perchance ever insulted an eldritch being?
No.
Ah, so it's in your blood then.
That's
What do you-
unfortunate. I'm sorry.
What is happening to me?
I do believe you are cursed.
Curse!
Can I recognize her school of magic and tell it?
In this case, all those effects have faded away after now.
Yeah,
So-
but I've been sensing her all this time.
True. But the wild magic is every type of magic. So you just sense the 8 types around her, but right now, all those effects have ended, so you don't sense anything. It seems as if the storm inside of her has calmed down.
And I can't tell her anything.
No, not right now. You just know that there's a vibrant storm of radiant colors in her being.
Okay then.
So it doesn't seem like a curse, but more as if she can't control it.
Okay.
So that's
All right.
the information that she can.
Yeah.
Alright, sweet storm. Can I help you up?
Yes, please.
I
Just
help you up.
So-
Together with Rose.
Yes, well, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Talga Firelord, and you two are friends?
We kind of met on the way here.
Ah,
I just wanted to pick up a bottle of wine.
do you really think now that will improve your situation?
It's not free even for me.
I
do you
see.
even drink? Just
No.
oh, what's your name?
I'm Vita.
Nice to
Hey.
meet you. I'm Rose White.
I'm so sorry you had to witness this.
Well, we survived. I mean,
There was.
you were the only one turning into sheep.
Did that really happen?
I'm afraid it did, dear.
Oh.
It was quite impressive how you headbutted that creature.
Yes, actually, I was quite.
I can't even remember doing that.
You were a tough sheep.
Great.
Is everyone alright, Ings?
At least I have that going for me.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not alright yet. I think.
Well, you are hurt.
I am hurt.
Yes, but you're not
With acid.
Yeah, but you're not dying.
And
Like, you took the damage, but, like, it's stabilizing.
You're a bit bruised. And
I'm
was-
bruised.
I mean,
Well, I'm Naomi, by the way.
To meet you.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I've seen you two on the academy.
Ah, you were
Occasionally.
the Cursebreakers Academy as
Yes.
well. I see, yes.
Yeah, I've seen you around. From up further.
Yeah.
I've always admired your style, by the way. Ow. Yeah.
We should get that checked out. As, like, the guards.
Yes.
We should get that checked out. But is everyone alright? Well, I saw whatever happened here.
Yeah, well.
Yes, it happened.
It happened.
I don't drink, but I could really use something right now.
Why don't we get you all settled in?
Yes. Let's first, as Talga uses mold earth to close the holes that the creatures made.
Hold on. Because he recognizes. Are you the? You are the Miss Fireward, right?
Yeah. How would you know me?
Well, you are famous for the inventions of the Oasis, the Shield of the Oasis.
All right, the damn thing is broken. We need to get looked into that right away, or there will be more hankaks.
That
And
would be
other.
that would not be very handful. No.
No, we barely survived 3.
Really.
Well, why don't
Talga?
we?
Yeah.
Let's get you all settled in.
Yeah.
Everybody, yeah.
I just want to ask, Talga, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine, actually. It turns off the armor, or at least removes the helmet. Yes, I'm quite fine. It's just a little injured, but it's all right.
Well, let's let us getting settled then.
Standing in front of you is a sentinel, one of the typical guards in the region. And when you arrive and you approach the buildings, you do notice that one of the Ankeks actually got through, and he was one of the ones who took care of that what was inside. So while you were tending to the ones outside, also one or two may have had snuck inside, but they tended to that. The other lion folk that approached you, the man, what happened outside? I heard so much noises.
Well, we got rid of 3 of them.
Hankak is old. And other things.
Yeah.
Miss Fireward!
Yes.
We need help. Our gem of the Oasis, it's
Yes, what did you do?
nothing. We didn't do anything.
Just turned off.
Well, it's not glowing anymore.
Oh my. Did you run through the document we provided you guys?
Yes, we tried the basic analysis of turning it on and off again, but nothing happened.
I was about to suggest that.
But that usually
We tried to
works.
do it on.
No,
It sort of works.
no. And also the little display here says error code 404. I just made that up.
Magic not found. I'll just, as Thalga approaches the crystal, she puts her hand on it and tries to analyze the situation
Make an investigation check.
as best as she can.
I'll give you advantage because this is your craft.
Fucking heel thing. Dubbel 16. Dus
32.
dat is 32 plus
No.
18.
Okay, 18, it's fine enough. It's drained completely. Its energy is just gone, which is strange because these kind of gemstones are kind of like almost self-fulfilling. It's odd. The core of this beautiful craft is actually an ice stone in the center of it, and the rest of the giant diamond is made around it.
More for display, really, but
Exactly. But the centerpiece, a kind of like shiny blue gemstone,
it's just
It's
drained.
not very shiny anymore.
No, it's almost like as if it's like has a shade of purple.
So when did this happen?
I believe yesterday evening we noticed it flickering, and this morning it just was completely gone.
Has Thalga any idea what this could possibly mean, besides the fact that it was drained? Does she perhaps know why, or how, or by what?
Typically, Thalga would know that these energies drain because, well, either the gemstone it's just done for, but these stones would last for a century, or that its magic has been absorbed by either someone else or something else, or a phenomena, and the phenomena could be the certification, but that's a little strange. That's very centered around this gemstone. That's a little strange. But the certification certainly drains magic out of a place.
Has any storm come through lately?
Not that we know of, Miss Firewat. Except for the chaos that was just happening outside a few minutes ago.
Yes, that's probably unrelated. So, back when we installed these things, we gave you guys a small box to keep safe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys still have it?
Oh, then it probably is still in the vault inside. Why don't we get you all inside, get you a cup of tea and everything?
Yes, because we need a little box. It has a replacement. Unless that's also drained, which would be very bad. But we'll get to that when we get to it.
All right. All of you get inside. We're going to give you a short rest. Because now you are inside. You can talk to you if you want to with the people of this vineyard. Amarissa at a certain moment is like talking to someone. Oh, I heard about all the chaos outside. Are you all right? And then focuses on you two. She doesn't know these two.
Good, I think.
You look a little
Slipped a couple times, but
you looked a little scratched up there. And also,
barely scratch.
may I? Wants to cast prestidigitation.
Sure.
Yeah, now you look all cleaner. You brought friends.
Ja, maar...
Wil jij even weten hoe
Ja.
je een short rest neemt?
Ja, dat denk ik.
Een short rest, dan jij hebt op dit moment 3d6 om jezelf te healen. 3d8? 3d6.
Ik heb ook
Is het?
deze.
7 D8'jes. Ze heeft een D8.
Ja, dus dan mag je als je wil, om je HP, je HP bij te vullen, mag je een D8'je rollen en dan mag je er nog een rollen en dan mag je er nog een rollen totdat je weer vol bent.
Hoeveel keer mag je dat doen?
Je mag een D8 rollen en dat getal dat eruit komt, plus je Constitution modifier, dat heal je.
Oh, plus dat ook nog.
Ja.
Oh.
Ja.
Dus
Full health
rol maar
is-
eens eventjes. Nou, dat is lekker. 8. Jouw Constitution is plus 2. Dus dan heal jij 10 punten. Dus dan ben je niet de 10 HP, maar 20.
20, daar kan ik zeker mee leven.
Ja, dus ik denk dat dat misschien genoeg is. Je kunt,
Ja.
in principe is het zo, je hebt per long rest, dus eigenlijk per dag, heb jij er 3 om tijdens een short rest te gebruiken. En je hebt er nu 1 gebruikt. Dus je hebt er nog 2 over die je kunt gebruiken op een ander moment. Of, soms is het gewoon zo dat je laag rolt, dan kun je ervoor kiezen om dan nog eentje in te zetten. Want het wordt gewoon bij elkaar opgeteld.
In mijn wereld krijg je full terug.
Alright.
Because the combats are a little bit more intense.
Nou, well,
And because the world...
So you're a little bit more refreshed.
a little bit. I'm just missing out four of the 24.
Nee, dat is een beetje onbedoeld, maar... Je krijgt gewoon full terug.
Dus, als ik zeg maar, I'm feeling better, almost all healed. Can I just feel some invisible wings sort of stretching out? Feeling better.
Sure.
So,
Why not?
I like that. So,
You
I
brought
think-
friends.
I think the lady introduced herself.
yes.
Two more gorgeous women. I'm surrounded by gorgeous women.
Why, thank you.
Thank you.
And she immediately, like, as if she
That's
owns
it.
the place, just starts like, would you like some alcohol, like, or just a normal drink?
Some cold water would be fine. It's been a warm day and
I can
intense
use one.
combat.
Sees another lion folk that is like this is not your place, but she just wanders over and like, what would you like?
She seems like she's in control.
I can give it some wine.
What would you like?
I don't think I don't know what will happen if I drink alcohol right now, so what's a
Makes you feel better.
I'm not sure if it will.
Wait,
What if I
always
lose
alcohol
control
all the
again?
Just some water.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Or with ice.
I would like some cider, if you please.
Oh, we have some cider, right? Yes, and she just opens some box and like, here you go, sweetie.
I thank you.
Did she give me wine
Oh, no,
from
it's,
here or wine from where I come from?
You didn't ask for it, so she just gave you one from here.
Yeah.
No, just wondering.
I'm just saying it like quietly after everything and being me and like being absorbed with, oh, I actually have wings. I proved my mother wrong.
Excuse me, my dear?
This, I was just a bit talking to myself.
Wings? She making his own check.
Yeah.
Wings? Like angel wings or something?
Celestial stuff. Wings. Yeah. This.
Why do you think I... And I just don't say anything. Take a sip.
I was a little distracted by the creature that got inside, so I didn't see anything outside.
Oh.
But a little fire always
Oh,
works.
I think you would have heard it anyway from any workers that would have run away at some point.
I heard there was quite a chaos. There was something about a sheep, which are not often seen.
And I think Peter just starts crying.
Oh, poor thing.
Need a wine?
Okay.
I feel the need to hug you a little.
Eventually, as you're all sitting down taking a break, one of the other workers actually arrives. It took a little bit longer than you would have hoped. Oh, sorry, the fault was closed off for quite a time. So,
Well, it's been 5 years since we gave these things to you, so
make that up on the spot. Okay, sure.
something like that.
So,
Yeah. I
Vita.
imagine it's been a while.
Vita, make on this little box, make a perception check with advantage. Because, well, no, the eye has closed already.
That's
Like, above game, what would be the appropriate amount of time? A year? 2?
2, something like that. 6?
That's me.
Okay, sure. You missed something. But-
I miss a lot of things.
2.5 years.
Your
I blurted
mind
out
is
to-
still
Off.
It's fine.
in
Just
semi-panic mode.
to
Yes.
emphasize that it's probably been tossed somewhere in a cupboard and not looked after because it's a spare part, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, what you see is that a box arrives, and you know that this, but it has the crest of the Gidensera luminary family on it, which is where these gemstones originate from. And you have had your dealings with this individual who donates them, kind of.
Willingly.
Well, it's a little complicated situation. But you miss this. But, well, it is given to you.
Ah, wonderful. Does it have a key or can I just open?
Oh, it just opened.
I opened a rather luxuriously decorated little chest. And what do I find inside?
Inside you find indeed another gemstone that is fully colored, fully vibrant. Well, and you can't miss this, but it's so shiny. It kind of reminds you as if you look into the mirror inside of you and then look at your eye. It is the same vibrant color. Actually, on your armor, on your clothes, because in your first visit with your father, he has given you some more proper wear. It actually has a small one on your clothes as well. It's the same, but this one is more empowered.
Okay.
Yours is more decorative.
Etalga takes off her glove just to feel the object and sense if it's in okay. I presume it would radiate some cold energy.
It does.
Ah, yes. Quite. This needs to be installed into the pylon. closes the box.
Our instruction guide does not say anything about reinstalling it.
I will do that momentarily after I've drinking.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Miss Firewall.
Well, you wouldn't want any more pancakes threatening the wine.
Another one spawned outside! I'll handle it!
Wait,
They'll
really?
Be fine.
It's fine.
Oh,
The Sentinels are quite capable.
yes, we saw.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
just.
just stare
Yeah.
at it, but she doesn't make the connection.
They're quite pretty, aren't they?
Yeah.
I watch smiling because I like this part of seeing you do this technical magic and as well.
Wonderful! I didn't know that the Gideon Sera family donated. Well, family, it's one man. I didn't know that that Aina donated such powerful gemstones. You now hear the name.
Excuse me, who?
Aina Gideon Sera, the luminary of.
Yes, he lives at the town in the
Costa del Regina.
in the fancy
Rob.
people district.
Well, he actually lives in the dock ward, but.
Oh, in the docks.
Well, in this case, it's connected to the dock region. It's kind of like an isolated little palace.
I would then say he lives in the palace in the city.
You've been there.
Yes, I've been there, and I think
Excuse me?
that's
You have been there? It's strange. He never invites anyone there.
No, the effort we had to go through to get these.
Oops.
yeah.
Does the name ring a bell for me?
I think it does because, well, first of all, Einar is a teacher at the school, so yes, it does.
Okay.
But the fact that, oh, I've been there. Oops.
Oops. Just briefly, and
But even briefly, how?
How?
Are you a friend of the family?
I am the family.
Excuse me?
Oh?
Oh.
I don't know if
What?
I'm allowed to say this,
Well,
Well, technically you just did, so...
but then I just turn
Hold
towards
on.
the.
Hold on. Suddenly, your little gemstone on your clothes spark up. Can everybody please make a wisdom save for me?
Me included.
No, not you.
Oh,
I think that's
Wisdom.
whatever.
10.
17.
17 is still a failure.
Oh, what?
Your gemstone sparks up. Vita, you just hear a voice in your mind. Vita, let's not make sure that there's unfair treatment. And don't go spouting about that you are my child. And everybody forgets that this ever happened. Last thing that you
Which
said.
Men in Black.
The last thing that you said is, oh, I've been there.
Oh, I've been there.
And then, as a servant, perhaps, or a helper, or somebody, that is brought up.
Oh,
Marissa's like,
But you
Is it pretty?
You aren't a student, right?
No. But speaking of, I came here to pick up his order.
oh, so you're a
You also
servant at the
make-
palace.
that seems like logical. Marissa goes over to the counter just as if she owns the place. Well, this is the same crest. Like a big bottle, like a oversized. Is this it?
Takes out the paper.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then here you go. I suppose it's all right, right? The people behind the counter, like, sure.
I was going to ask at which point they were going to say, like, you don't actually own this place.
Oh no, but we're basically family, right? Cool.
This is,
Okay.
Well,
so... Were we going to fix
Do you need-
something, or is
do
it
you need
fixed,
help?
or...
Talga was it, right?
yes, that is my name. I'll get to it.
Could use some help because you need to detach the outer shell, which is pretty heavy.
I see people with hands. That's useful. So come along then.
Don't worry, he talks like that all the time. He's a good guy.
Girl. But yes.
Yeah.
Girl. I'm sorry, I'm understood yet.
It's fine.
How can I help?
Wait, so all of you go to the Cursebreakers Academy?
Yes. We do.
Cool.
You don't?
No, not I. Do I know that I'm going to be?
Yeah.
I am going to start this year.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, welcome.
Thanks. At least I know some people now.
Well, you certainly have interesting magical gifts.
Yeah.
Much more than I do, but yeah. Interesting to say the least. At least in how it works.
Can I ask you something? You don't have to answer it if it's... do you even know what you are?
What do you mean?
As in form of magic, so you know what manual you can learn.
No. I know that I've always had some kind of magic, but they've been developing more the last couple of years, but I'm not sure, I don't know. I try to never use it because, well, you know what happens when I do.
It was very effective, though.
It was effective, but in my experience,
It was a bit unpredictable.
repressed magic gets even more unpredictable. So I would extra welcome you at school.
It sounds as the description of an untamed one. Someone whose magic is not entirely in control yet, but something you could master. And then it could have wonderful powers.
Sounds interesting.
Going to school might help.
It's
Yeah.
interesting. Are you perhaps born at when... How... At a sun... what is it called again? Ik ben even het stomme woord kwijt. Zonsverduistering.
Solar eclipse.
At a solar eclipse, perhaps?
Yeah, now that you mention it.
Interesting. Interesting.
Does that
What does that mean?
yeah.
Well, the thing is that in this region, and especially in the deserts, once every while, it's actually unpredictable, just as an untamed, the elemental storms actually get worse in the region. And there are theories that there are perhaps people that can be affected as well, permanently. Also, there is a second theory that, well, those powers actually may not even come from this realm, but they come from another realm.
Well,
Kind of like those
you
things.
did summon those
Yeah. Things.
automatons.
In my
Is that okay?
wanting to break the curse thingy, do I know about history about this stuff, other realms?
No, not much. Just basically, you know what she would have said from your first year in college. It's still a very unknown subject, something that is not very much researched. And well, the elite Cursebreakers are the stewards of Solaris. So also something that all of you have heard. Interesting.
Okay.
And well, you, of course, have tried to do your research on perhaps considering breaking the curse that happened in Calgary. But that's still very far out of reach. Perhaps even impossible. But you still cling to hope.
Right. Shall we get
Yes,
to work?
I got you guys outside. Well, you see the giant blue thing, the crystal lattice?
Yes.
That is mostly for show, actually, but it helps the crystal that I have in this small box to emanate its power further than it could normally reach. But you see those hinges over there? It's very delicate work, so I need all three of you on those three sides to then open it up. I install this one and I take out the other one. Maybe the luminary can do something with it. Right. Everyone in places.
Tell me what to do.
Good. Hold on to it. Don't drop it,
Mm-hmm.
because that's very precious glass work. as Talga unlatches the thing and it opens up. It's still holding on, but you see that it's very fragile and the metalwork is exquisite, but it's mostly to look pretty. She takes out the empty one, puts it in
It's just kind of like at the moment that you touch it, it just turns kind of like purple.
Doesn't give off a particular sensation.
Yeah, a vibe of nothing. Like the stone would typically give some kind of like glow, but now nothing. As if it's completely drained.
It's almost as if it's dead.
It's a thing.
How unsettling.
Well, it's actually, those gemstones feel alive. There's a vibrant energy in them, and there's nothing in now.
An unsettling thought. I know there are objects, but like with the magic, as she opens up the thing, it's almost vibrant. And besides, breath is life. She grabs the gemstone, takes a good look at it, installs it in its socket. Closes on the crystal and it starts emanating a relatively bright cyan bluish turquoise light.
And we step back.
Actually, it does.
I always love this part of it.
Immediately upon that, you see also that from this gemstone, it goes kind of like up in like a little tube. It's kind of like this kind of like liquid. And then from the tip of this little thing, like a sprout of water just comes out, alsof het zo'n waterspray is. And the entire region, except for, of course, the field, everything like drizzles a little bit of water. It's kind of like also a water sprinkling system. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Fireworks.
Yes.
Like the man with the book. It didn't say that in the manual.
I wouldn't say we would not entrust you with that knowledge, but I assumed that this would never, in 2 of your lifetimes, would happen. But so we are here today. As she puts that one in the box and keeps the box with
Yeah,
her.
it definitely requires a visit to Einar. Because this is one of the probably rare occasions that he would consider even talking about, like even consider letting you near the mansion.
Yes. Very unsettling. But
At least it works now.
scientifically very interesting. Oh, when I tell Grandpapa, he's going to be so giddy about this.
From the other side, you also notice that from the other side, also kind of like more statically, electricity goes like into the ground. And it's actually, and you recognize it, it kind of creates underground pulses that keep those creatures away.
Ah, well, it seems to be in full working order. No.
Excellent.
This.
At least we can stay safely here and hopefully get back safely
Yes?
once we're all done.
Marissa once again arrives with like another wine glass in her hand. Oh, wonderful, you've fixed it all up. I'm sorry, my dear, I forgot to ask you, did you want something from the Soarlands?
Sure.
Well, I asked around. In the cellar, they still had indeed something. I believe, what did they call it? Sake? Sake? Is that the word? Sake or something?
Okay, yeah.
Would you like that?
Sure.
She just gives you the bottle. Oh, come here with it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I need to sometimes teach these people a lesson that I pay for this stuff.
Sassy.
Quite a colorful
There's
character.
sort of the hint of uncomfortable energy. Yeah, but also just how he feels right now. Like the way her energy feels a little off, different from in the carriage.
Yeah, true. It's almost like a little bit more annoyed. It feels strange. It's kind of like indeed odd because she seems a little annoyed indeed. But the other people also like feel a little annoyed. It's a little unusual.
Do we feel any of this?
Not particularly.
Well, except
Except for the fact that you got into a very stressful situation a little while ago.
Yeah. So it may not be. It may be related to that, or it may not be. We don't really know.
You could just be annoyed
It could just be
and be a character.
because of that. Yeah.
Oh, Melissa was it?
Amarissa.
Amarissa.
Yeah.
Lady Amarissa, if I could I buy a bottle of the wine? I think it's vintage 233.
Like one of the workers immediately like,
Yes. I'm sure grandfather will enjoy this.
Do I know?
3 gold.
A Figo.
So it's pretty expensive stuff.
Just even above game. Do I know Grandpappy that talk?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's my grandfather and a very prominent dwarf on the
In
ruling council.
town.
in
He's
the
not
town.
living elsewhere. Or...
No. That would be weird.
I would assume that considering how long Rose has probably has been staying.
You probably would have met my whole family.
Yeah, and they would perhaps also kind of consider you a little bit family because, well, they also feel like a little bit, well, they want to take care of what happened with your mother. So yeah.
You would know
want to say
this.
something?
You would know my.
You mentioned that I was coming here for a specific purpose.
Well, I mentioned
You
that
know
you,
it's,
as a wanderer,
peculiarity.
wanted to look around and perhaps get a taste of
Yeah.
your other side.
Yeah. Well, something about getting something so I could
Yeah, you
get
wanted
into
to.
it.
Yeah, you wanted perhaps a gift for perhaps your new teacher because you think it's important to establish a good relationship with your teacher or mentor.
Which teacher is that?
Well, you actually will have for the next year multiple teachers, but you have one mentor. The mentor actually came up in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's Einar Gideon Seram. It's the Defense Against the Arcane teacher. A very cold person, but they could perhaps be the one that give you a recommendation. Apparently, Vita, as is a servant there, that could be very useful information.
Yes.
Peter, as I stowed a bottle of sake somewhere in my bag,
Yes.
you mentioned you visited Einar's place. House.
But only once.
I'm assuming you know. You pick up something from him, right? Assuming you go back there or know him or someone who knows him. Would you have any idea how I could make a good impression on him?
I mean, if I did, I would tell you, but I don't know myself. So, I mean, I would like to impress him as well, but I have no idea how to go about that. So,
Okay.
Amarissa butts into the conversation. Well, it is a very hard-to-please man. Well, luminary, if I want to be straightforward. So he is already hard to please.
In what way? Exactly.
Well,
He's a luminary.
Yeah, but in what ways is he hard to please? Is it just being kind and offer him something enough, or should it be more?
have you ever met the man?
No.
Well, in this case, not in your first year on school. The man is a living winter. That's the only explanation that I could give for it. Well, and then in this case, because she is a spellcaster, so she kind of like snaps her fingers and casts Major Illusion, and she kind of like makes a projection of the man, who then in this case appears next to her.
oh, very good.
And drops.
And apparently she's also a wild magic sorcerer, and there's grease and illusion falls.
No, we're not going to do that. So what she summons is the image of like a white man, of a white blue man with kind of like long hair, and she seems to know he's covered in furs, And he holds on like a wand in his typical pose, has like a goatee beard. That's exactly it. Also with one blue eye and one green eye. But it's a hard-to-please man. I think I've only visited his estate once. It didn't work out, but...
What can you tell me about him?
Well, he's hard to impress, and certainly does not kindly take on to, I apologize, humans. He doesn't seem to tend well to them.
Yes, I know.
He's probably not the only one.
It is unfortunate.
It is. Well, that is a long history.
Well, he is also the last survivor of Mariah, so... I can't imagine what the man has gone through, but the fact that he's still around...
What do I know about Mariah?
Yeah.
So, all of you actually know this. Costa del Regido, the city, is built on top of the ruins of Mariah. 250 years ago, during the Great War, just a few years before that, Mariah was a luminary city. It was the biggest luminary city closest by the region where the humans actually originated. It was destroyed and utterly left in ruin. And that luminary was the only survivor.
Okay.
And now it's kind of like a representative for luminary within the city, even though that he's all alone. Because all the other luminary retreated back to their lands, leaving this man here.
Yes.
Where does that leave him concerning power?
It's a little difficult. Well, he hasn't accepted the position with the stewards of Solaris, but I do know that he's a teacher. I think also a mentor.
Yes. He's going to be my mentor next year.
Oh.
Is he also going to be mine?
That's why.
Well,
Since
you technically
I'm a
don't know.
human.
You
But
technically
Then
don't
I
know.
don't.
Well, you do know.
Oh, I do.
You do know.
I
But
don't
you
know.
technically don't know.
That's why I want to leave a good impression, because I'm human, and luminary and humans don't really get along.
No, but he has, over the course of the many, years that he has now lived, seen that not all humans are bad. And if humans and Luminary didn't have the war, I wouldn't even exist in the first place. So I suppose after many years things have changed, but it's typically hard to leave old grudges behind.
Also, clearly because he's the last survivor of the destroyed city that humans probably destroyed.
So the man has a lot of influence, definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, of course, after a minute, the effect fades and the visual disappears. Vita, you notice that the illusion actually kind of almost looked at you. But only for you.
Okay, and she gets uncomfortable but doesn't say anything. She just stays where she is.
You know what's odd?
Yeah.
The man's skin is blue, and there's a constant winter around him. But from what I know from Luminary, they all are white-skinned, lighter tones. But this man is just stuck in winter. It's interesting when you think about it. Oh, it's always such a nice breeze getting close to his mansion. Oh, I love it.
I look like I don't know what to do with that.
I know.
He seems to have a rather frigid disposition then.
That's one way of saying it, yes. But you said something about wanting to impress him.
Yes.
Well, the man does like, of course, a good wine bottle or other refinements.
Holds up the bottle.
But I suppose that if you want to impress him for what exactly?
Well, I heard about Stewards of Solaris, and I'm hoping that he can recommend me or something for me to join them.
I see. Well, and I think that you would have to show an excellent amount of skill. That would probably impress him. Have you done well in your studies in your first year, then, I suppose? Assume.
I've done the best I can.
I see.
Well, I did impress quite a bit of teachers with my
The fact that he perhaps already volunteered to become your mentor may already say something.
Do I know that he volunteered?
No, you just heard.
He volunteered to be my mentor?
I don't know, my dear. Okay.
That's what you said.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Misschien zei ik het verkeerd. You don't know if he volunteered to become your mentor, but you know that he is going to be your mentor.
Yeah.
You don't know if he volunteered or someone else or something else.
No, I know, but didn't she say he volunteered? She said
just said he
volunteered.
Yes, but she made an assumption. So I don't know if he volunteered, but I would assume he volunteered. It's not very typical of him to just take on someone. Would be interesting when you think of it.
Especially if you...
It is an interesting
It's not really a secret that I'm...
No, it's not.
So... Well, maybe that is enough then, but...
Interesting.
You can see that there's some sort of sense of pressure now.
Yeah.
Washing over me. Like, I feel like, oh shit.
I'm sure it'll be fun. They wouldn't do this if they wouldn't see something in you.
No, but now I feel that I really have to be on top of everything. It is, I mean, in my nature to do that, but, you know, it's...
Make an intelligence check for me.
Great. Intelligence. 19.
Perhaps that's the point. You know that you need to put in the work, because you're not a natural spellcaster, but this is more of an arcane school. Perhaps exactly what you need is to be put a little bit on pressure. And perhaps you're thinking, is that perhaps the point? Oh, but that's feeding into itself. Perhaps that is the point.
Alright, so that feeling of pressure is sort of still there, but somewhat calms me down now that I think more about it. And I just blank face, silence for a moment, just in my mind.
Well, my dears, it has been lovely chatting with you, and I have made arrangements. What are your plans?
I think we'll head back to Satbarat and prepare for our journey tomorrow.
Indeed. Time to learn more.
Oh, you're also, of course, you're going for your next year of the academy, of course, as well.
Indeed.
Yes.
Lovely. Well, then,
Yeah.
I hope you will meet or see me again. Gives you a business card to Amarissa's Lounge.
Thank you.
Oh, well, it would be impolite to say no, but yes, thanks. Maybe we'll meet again.
Perhaps.
Perhaps for a nice break.
Oh, no.
Between studies.
All right.
Yes.
Then Amarissa will eventually make her way. You spend a few hours, unless you particularly want to do something here.
Not really. I just know that I have to get the bottle of wine back to Einar's.
Perhaps you take a tour in the vineyard now that it's safer again. Eventually, those two leave. They head back, take the horses, and go back to Saradbad to prepare for the journey. You are probably going to take the carriage back to the city. And I assume you as well.
Yes.
Well, in this case, Amarissa has decided to stay one day here. And so it's just going to be the two of you with the driver in this case. And then we will pick up next time when we go to the academy. And we'll leave the first session here.
Yeah, can I just add one more detail? Rose is not overly keen to return to her mother the last night before school, so she's asking Talga to spend the night at her
You're
house.
always welcome at my home. Don't worry about that. And when we get back, I'll ask one of the doctors to check up.
And then we'll end this session here, right now. I could continue, but food is coming within 10 minutes. So, yeah.
Well, that was lovely.
It was very lovely.
Ik vond het fantastisch dat Wild Magic.
Ook gewoon
Maar even
meteen zo.
Maar je hebt ook
Echt
gewoon
vol.
de pech.
Ja,
Oh, dat was heerlijk.
that was
Dit
amazing.
was wel zo in character ook gewoon, hè?
Ja,
Dat het meteen misging.
Het zit er wel meteen in.
Ja.
Dan.
Ja. And inderdaad, someone is keeping an eye out, and perhaps they don't like the fact that you, are human passing, and, being the child, they would like to keep that under wraps.
That's some real parent pride there.
Yes.
You guys have such complicated families.
Ja, really do.
En dan de volgende keer doen we dat met die... Want je had het over de gold in het begin van de game.
Wat zeg je?
Die gold die we gekregen hadden om dingen te...
Ja,
Dat is ook voor een keer.
maar dat is gewoon in de stad. Ik had
Ja.
gedacht misschien dat het
Dat we dat
iets
gingen
anders
redden,
niet.
maar... Ja.
Maar ik had even niet gerekend op eten. En dus dan doen we dat aan het begin van de volgende sessie. Dan heeft iedereen gewoon een shoppingtrip. Dus, wat we daarvoor gaan doen. Wat we er gaan doen. Ik ga gewoon... ik heb gewoon klanten daarvoor. Dat zijn gewoon alle basic necessities. Maar jullie hebben nou je goud.
Ja.
Je mag me ook een voorstel doen als je een magic item wil kopen. En dan zeg ik of het kan of niet. Dus...
Zijn het gewoon de prijzen in het